ahead and call the meeting, special meeting, the workshop for the city council, West Bridgeton City Council, September 10th, 2024, to order at 9:05. Councilmember Stoker is going to be here at 9:45, and Councilmember Smart said he would be a few minutes late as he had a conference call that ended at 9 o'clock, so he'll be here shortly. So with that, we'll ask Stephanie if you would please call the roll.
Brent Gary,
Here.
Gregory,
Here.
Desetto,
Here.
Leahy, here. Pete Rand was unable to attend today, and I believe Richard Bloom will be attending virtually. I will note the time that he arrives, as with Councilmember Smart and Councilmember Slow.
All right, thank you. Okay, so budget discussion 25 and 26. This is a little bit different format than what we've had in the past. In the past, we've had council sit at a dais and staffers present their budget requests, or as Roscoe would put it, dumpster fires. And we throw all this information at you council members, which is obviously overwhelming to many as well as it is for the staff. We wanted to change something up a little bit and open up more of a interactive, candid conversation. We want to have questions, answers, open dialogue, and just for council to really take a look and see how the departments all work together, and what the impacts of each department is on other departments. We were also going to discuss, some of the challenges that we have with a growing city. And Selena has got some great examples of, in our packet here today, of like-sized cities, how many FTEs comparable, general or property tax differences, retail sales tax differences. I mean, it is truly amazing that this team does what they can do with very little that they have as far as options for revenue sources. You'll also, during this conversation, you'll hear staff talk back and forth to each other about how their departments interact and what kind of workload each department puts on another. It's truly a team effort. There's also an example in your packet that you'll see the 3 circles of our main departments and how they are all impacting finance and different departments such as that. Last year or last budget cycle, we looked at options for revenue sources. And we're going to look at these options again towards the end of the meeting, and we're going to come up with some next steps forward and things the council is going to be seeing come to them to make the decisions to increase the revenue source that we definitely need with the small general fund revenue we have from retail sales tax. So that's just kind of a summary. Like I said, it's candid, open conversation, question and answers. And I think this is going to be very informative to maybe help council understand just exactly what the workings are day to day in your departments here at the city. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Erin, and she'll lead us through this presentation.
All right, so just as the mayor said, to make this work, we're really looking for interaction. So don't feel like you have to wait for a pause, like raise your hand, you'll be recognized. We'll open a discussion during the conversation. So please participate. We're going to start with just a general overview of what our budget, what is the budget, what does it look like? And actually, let me go back. So the handout I have here today is really, it's not a standalone document. This will be just kind of pages as we discuss things for you to follow along and give you images, but just kind of get this conversation going. So the first, or I guess it's page 2 of your handout. We have what is the budget, and this is one that I give every 2 years. It's just a formal appropriations of our money. It incorporates an economic plan. It's used as a communication tool with the public on, as well as internally on where we're headed. As well as a financial management tool. I mean, I use this and this is, gauging all the time. So where are we at in the process? So we started, back in the spring, it was April, I think. We actually developed the strategic plan, which I've also included in your, thing here. That was a little bit earlier than we normally do it. It was adopted, I believe, in May. So that really gives us the direction, as well as like, if we need to make sure that when departments are putting requests together, they're putting them kind of in these buckets and it falls under there. So the departments have put together their requests that came in, I believe the end of June, everybody had them in. We've been working on compiling all of that information. I will tell you the major focus has been general fund, and that will be the major focus of today's conversation. Not really gonna get into the other funds as much, maybe general fund and street fund. Those are the problem areas that need the attention. And then we're whittling it down. I have the calendar in here. I believe the October 8th is when we're supposed to have the mayor's proposed budget. It'll be at a special council meeting on the evening of the 8th. And then we have about a month, maybe a month, 5-6 weeks, for council to really dig into it, make sure they ask questions, and just read through it, and we'll have a couple public hearings, and we'll look to adopt it mid-November. And then, just kind of like, it's a living document. It never ends. We're always monitoring it. We'll do a mid-final budget review that we do, on the off year, and then amendments as necessary. So, this diagram, the participants and influences, this is another one I use a lot. This is a lot of information, a lot of documents, policies that go into, our budget. And then, how it really works. So let's get into, I'm gonna skip over the strategic plan, but that is for your review. Budget calendar, I will point out the big changes, are in purple on here. It was updated on August 7th.
Page 17.
Page 17. So on September 24th, that council workshop has been canceled. And, October 3rd, we have an departmental meeting with all of our major staff. And then October 8th, like I said, is the mayor's proposed, going to council. So look for those did change. The mayor touched on it a little bit, so I really want to focus on this. So this, is the circles. This is, kind of a representation on how you kind of view our departments. We have 3 like major departments, that are kind of the essentials and do what cities do. Public Works is doing streets, parks, the water, sewer. Police is providing public safety. And then community development is working on the building side of things, as well as economic development. And then there's each of those components, each touch each other in some way, like community development and police, probably code enforcement would be a good example. Community development, public works would be on the development side. If new developments come in, they're working together. Public works and police, that could be in the parks. And then you have the backbone of these departments whole, and that's gonna be the core, that center, which is finance, IT, city clerk, and human resources. So it's gonna be really important to understand that this is the backbone holding these departments up. And you're gonna really see, when, public works, police and community development grow, that impacts that center core. So it's an important thing to remember. These next two pages, I just threw in here this morning just to try to give you a little, snapshot. This is, my county manager's, board. This is what she tracks. This is all of the projects going on, and this would be for every department. I think there's police in here, there's probably a little bit of community development and a lot of public works. But every time you add a project, it adds to the board, but that's just like a reflection of like, when I talk about that core backbone of like, every time we add to police, every time we add to community development, we're adding to the backbone, we're adding to IT, we're adding all of these things. And then we have also, I included the Public Works Contract Specialist Board. A lot going on for one person, so just kind of an image of like what one person does. And how they interact. So we're gonna get a little bit into projected revenues. It's gonna look a little bit different. I'm gonna go, basic highlight level, very, and focus on general fund, the four major sources. Property tax. So property tax is, limited to 1%, growth a year. And I explained that it's kind of complex and difficult to understand. It grows, it's been growing, if you look at that graph, on an average of 4% a year. So, from year over year, it's an average of 4%, because you take in the new growth into consideration, so it's gonna be a little bit more than that 1%. I am looking at a little bit higher of a bump in 25, and that has to do with, kind of the way the county changed, the way you, the way cities are allowed to. We used to be able to put estimated at the end of our, hang on. I don't know if we're still going, are we? It's still going, okay. So you used to be able to put estimated, and then the county would automatically update it so that you captured the entire, value, of your limit. They no longer do that. So, I caught it this year. We're gonna go the full value, so it's actually hopefully gonna bump it up just a tad bit. Not a lot there, so I'm projecting like about an average again of 4%. And Richard, do you have a question?
Richard, your hands up.
I just need to be removed, unmuted. I can't tell exactly where you are. Because
Okay,
I don't see the screen you are. That isn't showing, that's not being shared, but are you going through
you should have received an email.
Yeah, I got the email. So
Okay,
you're
so we're on page 22.
okay, that's all I was asking.
There we go.
Okay, thank you. Bye.
Bye, you're not going anywhere.
He just-
Well, I was gonna mute myself again. I can't yet, you won't see my picture. I can't turn my, oh, there I am.
Okay,
All right.
perfect. Thanks for joining us this morning, Richard.
Well, I had to
So-
check in my room.
I put these next two graphs kind of on the page together. They're usually a little bit more separate, but I thought it was interesting. On page 23, you'll see kind of a peak in 2021. You'll see on both building permit revenue and sales tax. They are fairly closely linked. I don't know if you remember in my quarterly reports all the time, we talk about the sectors and where the majority of our money comes from. The construction sector is usually about 30%, anywhere between 25 and 30%. I think it's been a little bit more down and more on the retail side. But, you'll see kind of the peak in 21 for both, also in 21 for sales tax. That was COVID, everybody was having everything delivered, so sales tax was being reported to, West Richland. We've declined, since 21 in sales tax. We're at still at about 2% down this year compared to last year. I don't expect that trend to continue, just historically looking, like we've been averaging about 10%. If you take like a 10-year average, and even if I take out the big jumps and go and, the 10-year average and kind of reduce those high ones, it's still close to 10%. I am projecting out, probably about 1.5% to 2% to remain conservative. But this could be an area we're still, very limited on sales tax compared, especially, in a little bit here, we'll look at the, comparisons with other jurisdictions. But that is an area that we monitor. Building, again, pretty volatile. We have projects out there, you just don't know when they're gonna come in. We have ideas. We had a big one this year come in, so you'll see 24 kind of ramp up, but that was a big one in January. But that one has been, kind of on a decline since 21. I think in my projection here, I have it just kind of flattening out, as they, come through steady.
Aaron?
Yep.
Section, please, might be better for Eric to this, but you show your building permits essentially flat from 2005 on, but decreasing from the current year.
Yeah.
Can you project the rough number of building permits we're expecting per year that this assumption is based on?
We look at the plats that are in right now, how many available lots we have. And that helps us to project what that looks like. We also go back and look at what's the history been. When interest rates were 0%, pretty much free money was out there. People were building like crazy, as David can attest. Now with the interest rates being more normalized, it's slowed. They aren't stopping developing, because there's still demand for new homes. But it is slowed down. And so when we look at that projection, we look at what's the available lots. If nobody was developing parcels to build on, it would look more abysmal. But we have Watermark development, that's 200 lots. We've got the Bluffs, which is another 400 lots. And then there's still the Heights of Red Mountain, just to the north of us here, that they're continuing to build out. And they've got probably over a couple hundred lots left there. So we still have quite a lot of properties to develop. But Aaron's taking a more conservative approach to this, which is appropriate because we don't know what the volatile market's going to look like. There's elections coming up. There's a lot that could change. It could go better, it could go worse. We just don't know for certain where it's headed.
Okay, all right.
It's a
Thank you.
conservative approach.
Yep, thank you.
So the other, Richard, you have a question?
Yeah, quick question, Eric, how do we compare to the other cities? I mean, I did the Parade of Homes over the weekend and Pasco seems to be burning it up.
We actually had better revenue on permits last month than Pasco. That's typically not the case though. So we're in the mix. We are a smaller city, so we don't see as much development as they are, but
I was thinking number of, number, not necessarily, number of permits, not necessarily revenue.
Was it 29 last month for August, 29 new homes?
yes.
I think so, which was a little bit higher than we have been.
Yeah, yeah. So it's up and down, Richard, and how we compare to the other cities is our growth rate's about 4%, and so is theirs. They're bigger cities, so they have more permits coming through than we do. But that may change depending on availability of land.
All right,
But
thank you.
Kennewick has South Ridge. There's a bunch of property out there to develop out. And Richland still has quite a bit of property to build.
So the other major source is, utility tax. Again, chart is, on page 24. It's just a graph, it's been a pretty sustainable, consistent one for water, sewer. And electric has been a good one. Decline on cable and telephone, they're really, I mean, it's becoming about 90,000 a year, so still a substantial amount of money, but not the level of electric and sewer and water. And you'll see the graph on water, it takes that dive from 20 to 21. Well, we moved, we used to have, was that fire hydrant program? Is that what it was? The fire hydrant program was in the general fund. And we moved it back to the water fund and then dropped the utility tax 1%. So we actually dropped the rate from 20 to 21. And so that's why you'll see that steep kind of correction, and then it starts going back up. So this is on to the next section. This is all basically the same parts of data, just organized in different ways. This really shows where West Richland's at on sales tax and property tax. Another big highlight is the FTEs we have. Compared to like-sized cities, we also kept our 3 sister cities there. We are at the bottom for sales tax, and that is actually one of the things that is continuously holding us back. And that we're gonna discuss a little bit more today. Did you?
Yeah, I wanted to touch base. I use Sunnyside as a pretty good comparison. Obviously, we have a higher population than Sunnyside. But just take a look on the top box, Sunnyside's FTEs, they've got 143 compared to our 86. And then your sales tax, is pretty interesting too. We're just shy of 2 million, and they're up over 4 million. I mean, this is, if you look at all these comparisons and using Sunnyside as you go down through everything from sales tax, revenue, property taxes, and then population ratio to different things, is a pretty good comparison. So we definitely have a challenge, and the big challenge is retail sales tax.
So I just wanted to go through, when to go through budget. So let me just start off like this budget cycle. The number off the top of my head is we were in general fund alone, so this was not including the street fund. We're at where we had to cut $11.2 million. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of cuts. And you might say from the beginning, you know, well, you just have a spending issue. You should be cutting. We're gonna talk today about like that we are legitimately cutting everything. What are our employees doing? What is the outlook? I've showed you like the massive amounts of work that our employees are doing, and just kind of the strain we have. But I want to show you what we asked for last time. I brought this up. This was so pages 27, 28 through I think 29 was what was asked for last time. It shows you what was deferred, what was included, and maybe even or something was adjusted. But there was we did add some new positions. We did add a couple to parks. So we did add, some to engineering. Engineering is interesting, and I didn't create the chart. It's kind of a complex thing to understand when it comes to budgeting for an engineer. Most of what they work on, especially if it's a capital improvement project, is, captured in the project, so I don't really budget much. But they do create work for those that are, like you saw on the boards. And they're the ones out there creating a lot of that work when we bring them on. We did ask for 4 new parks last, time. We brought on 2 new ones. 2 of them were denied. And I believe we brought on, police, admin help, and that was funded through PST, not through the general fund. Which is a 105 money. So what was asked for this time? You can see on one-time costs, it was about 3.3 million in 2025 and 3.5 million in 2026. Yeah, a lot of this is, some capital stuff like some improvements to the municipal services facility that has been on the, kind of back burner for 7 years. Some of it is, the parks deferred maintenance. 400,000 was cut out of last budget. They added it to this budget and then added the 300,000 a year to try to keep up. So those were some big ticket items. There is some equipment, machinery in, the police. Community development has a lot of, services for, on-call as well as helping with the comp plan that is gonna be due here in 25, 26, 26. And, some other vehicles and some park equipment. And then if you turn the page, this time I separated out the new positions. So we had 1.7 million in 25 for new positions and 2 million in 26. You're gonna have some core staff that were asked for. Again, it's that backbone for HR to be clerk. You have an IT, and an accounting person, and then you have, several new police officers, code enforcement, senior planner, part of the construction inspector. Again, utilities absorbs part of that, so we only do a portion in general fund. As well as, 3 new, parks maintenance people, and this was again to try to, going by that parks plan. And I will tell you right now that I'm still not balanced, and I have literally cut everything that has been asked for.
So Aaron made a comment in regards to the city having a spending problem. But as we go through the conversation, you listen to all of the department heads have the interaction of conversation amongst themselves about what the impact is on each department. You're gonna find that they've done everything that they can do to reduce spending and to be frugal. We have a revenue problem. We have a revenue problem, people. We've got a growing city, very small retail sales tax base. And the general fund relies on that retail sales tax that we don't have. We're at the point on the scales, we're getting closer to the daytime car count, the daytime jobs, the rooftops, as you can see from the development that has occurred. Of Belmont and Paradise, we've got new commercial business. Belmont and Keene, we've got new commercial business. We're getting there, but the growth is the real impact of the residential aspect of it. And when you've got all this residential growth, it becomes impactive to the departments. When Roscoe talked to all of the different grants and applications you got with Public Works Trust Funds and all of these different things to offset the lack of revenue income that we have. Planning has done the same thing, to our legislators and getting some help. We have unfunded mandates put on us by the state that are an impact to the general fund. So those challenges that we have, as I see it, it's an income issue, a revenue problem. While you may see things being built and constructed and things in that nature from revenue funds, which are water, sewer, things in that nature, those are supporting that growth and that spending. Where the challenge is in that general fund for the people and the bodies, that core of the three that you see. We have a me, myself, and I department, Stephanie, Selena, IT. IT is probably our most vulnerable with today's society and the way things are with the bad actors that are out there. But all of these different things that are growing in all these other departments impact Stephanie with body cameras, public records requests. Selena deals with HR, employees. Every time a new employee comes on, she deals with them. Brad's got to set up new computers. Stephanie's got to work through her processes as well. So it's the growth that is squeezing us. And it's not the spending. We've done everything that we can. But we've got a long ways to go. So as we get towards the end of this conversation, we are going to talk about revenue options and solutions. And we are going to bring these options to the council for making those decisions. As in the past, we've said, here's some of your options. What do you want to do? No action has been taken. So we're going to bring forth the opportunities for council to take actions to generate revenue sources. And those are going to be the hard decisions you're going to have to make. You heard through the cannabis issue, citizens saying, if you're looking for revenue, come to us. So I'm going to ask for those citizens to step up when we bring forth these revenue options. And Mayor Pro Tem Brink may be able to speak to that a little bit more. I've offered Mayor Pro Tem Brink to sit in on our budget conversations and some of the other things that our staff does interactively. As a Pro Tem is also, I would say, the leader of his peers. And for him to understand and see the impacts and the challenges that we have, I think are valuable. And maybe could share some insight from a policymaker's point of view. So if you'd like to respond to that particular comment, Mayor Pro Tem Brink, I open the floor to you.
Thank you, Mayor. I have had the ability to sit in on numerous discussions and have heard the challenges that we face. I think the core aspect of our responsibility as council members is to be willing to make some difficult decisions. And right now, it's going to be tough to be a council member here in West Richmond. There are no easy decisions for us to make. We're going to have to decide amongst ourselves what we need to do to keep the level of service that our citizens expect. We are the best community in the Tri-Cities. There is no doubt about that in my mind. But as our city grows, we cannot address the housing, the roads, the sewers, the infrastructure, the police services, if we can't maintain quality city staff, which are the core of what we can do as a city to serve our citizens, we're going to be in a difficult position. So I would ask my fellow council members to listen carefully to what is discussed today and be willing at least to entertain, perhaps not make a decision today, but entertain the options and think about them so that we can move forward and figure out what the best course for our city is. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Brink. Any comments, questions of council? Richard from Spokane. And I see that we have John that's rolling in. Councilmember Smart. Hey. Hope your international conference call went well.
Yeah, a little long.
Well,
It's all good.
they usually do that.
Thanks.
So, just to give you a summary of where we're at, I'm gonna throw it back to Erin and she's gonna go over just briefly where we're at in the agenda. You do have a handout here that is very informational. in our break, maybe we could, touch base a little bit of where we were at in the conversation. As I made mention earlier in the opening, this is a little bit different format of what we've got for a budget discussion. We want it to be interactive, open dialogue, take a look at, the challenges that we have as a city. So that's kind of the 6,000 foot level where we're at.
Okay.
We're open to any questions, comments that we have as we move forward through this process. Do you have anything else you might want to add to give him a little bit of update, or council members over?
I think, what do you think is the best, comments here? I think that like the, kind of the last page 25 and the last bit here.
That's our comparables that we were looking at, Selena put together, in regards to,
So this is really looking at, like FTEs, comparing West Richland, where's West Richland at, and comparing to like-sized cities. Now, you'll notice that we did include, like, kind of off to the right, side, we have fire department, water, sewer, storm, electric. Fire departments take quite a bit of employees. Water and sewer do as well. You'll see a couple of cities that contract out, so maybe that's why they have a fewer, employees. Electric utilities is another one. And you'll see City of Richland has 585 employees. That's probably a good, reason right there. They have a fire department and electric, and it's a little bit of a bigger city. But one of the points here is, our sales tax is the bottom. Like, we have the least amount of sales tax with like-sized cities. It's one of our biggest challenges. As far as property tax goes, we're right in the mix, maybe a little bit low. But I feel like it's pretty close comparatively. But yeah, I guess the issue is really, showing like we only have a total of 86 employees. That includes our police force, that includes water, sewer, which are kind of their own funds that support themselves. But the discussion really has been around general fund, which I included in the next, couple pages. This is from last budget cycle, 23-24. That showed you everything that was asked for, everything that made it, everything that was cut or adjusted. And then I showed, everything that was asked for the 25-26 on the last two pages, so page 30 and 31. And some, substantial asks, you'll notice though, that a lot of those asks are the same asks that were in the 23-24 that did not get funded. And then, so there was, 3.3 million in 25, 3.5 million in 26. And then on the last page, I separated out this time is, for new positions. And I isolated those and what those are, but looking at those. New positions are interesting as far as funding goes, which I didn't say last time. To hire a new position, you have to have sustainable funding. The one-time, costs on the sheet prior, it's easy to kind of pick and like pull some out and choose, because I know that I'm only funding that one time. I don't have to fund it year after year. When we hire positions, these are costs that are gonna be year after year after year. So that's kind of what makes adding a position, more challenging. So, and just like I told them, our balance, when we put it all together of the ask, we needed to cut $11.2 million. I will tell you that none of this ask has made it into the cut. So I've literally stripped the budget as of right now, and I'm still working on stripping more. Everything on this list is not being funded,
The list on page 31.
30 and 31.
31.
I might be able to move some things around and be creative, maybe a different fund can pick something up, but that's research and seeing what we can do. But overall, everything is being cut and I'm cutting more. We're still going through and scraping the pennies.
Because you're still not balanced even after cutting.
No,
everything.
we are not balanced. It was about, it's more than 2 million, so it's about 2 million because, but I need to include the street fund. The street fund, I think, is a couple million over as well, so I need to cut in the street fund. And then whatever I can't cut in the street fund, because the general fund is supporting the street fund pretty substantially right now, and that does not include the transfer from general fund to balance out street fund. So, couple million,
Aaron, you said that, nothing from 30 and 31, but also none of the items that were in the previous ask have been, like, we're just at baseline,
we're at,
keeping operating budget.
Yeah.
And still trying to make cuts.
yes.
Any comments from staff in regards to where we're at so far? Questions, council? I know that Councilmember Smart will have an opportunity to do a little homework, during our break time. But I had Mayor Pro Tem Brink talk a little bit about his involvement in the process. I've asked him to come sit with us through budget conversations. There's also other, revenue options that we have that have been available. We discussed last budget cycle. We're going to have further discussions this budget cycle. And council or, staff is going to prepare options for council to take action on potential revenue sources. And as Mayor Pro Tem Brink said, how did you put that? It's not going to be an easy time to be a council member.
It's gonna be a difficult time,
Because
we're
there's
gonna have to make some tough decisions.
Level of service versus higher taxes.
those are discussions that we'll have, yes.
That is the discussion. People choose to put in the town of 17,000.
And that's one of the, yeah. And that's one of the things that we'll talk about in regards on the public works side. And the different things public works has to deal with and options in regards to that. But what you really don't, council doesn't hear from the public is how many outcries do you have for poor level of service? Right, yeah, everything is done because everybody in the staff drops everything that they're doing right in the middle of important things.
Yeah.
And take on challenges with fishing at a pond. Or traffic on a hill. Or, something else in that nature, because that's just the way that these people are. But you're gonna also find out in the open conversations that we're gonna have, how many things are being done above and beyond their job description and time in the office. There's weekends that our parks manager is doing projects with volunteer groups. There's vacations that Stephanie is on with her family where she's putting packets together because she's in office of me, myself, and I. Selena is on vacation, but yet she's needing to take care of employee issues and concerns. She takes care of those things as well. So this staff goes above and beyond to provide the level of service. And when you start talking about taking away level of service, that becomes very difficult for these people to want to do. So, yeah, and I think that's the reason for this interactive open conversation, because I want everybody to listen to hear what staff does and how they work together, and what sacrifices they do make, and what they do with very little, as far as that goes. Mayor Pro Tem Brink.
And Mr. Mayor, I'll just put this out for everyone's consideration. Our level of service, even with the current staff, is already dropping. Crime rate is increasing within the city. We cannot maintain our parks. Our parks continue to fall in time. We cannot maintain our roads. Our roads continue to fall in disrepair. So our level of service, just by nature of our current population, is already decreasing. And our population will not remain static. That is not going to happen. So therefore, because our population is going to increase, we have to make some decisions. Are we going to drop even more that level of service? So these are some of the things that I have come to realize in being able to sit through some of these discussions.
So with that, we'll let you stew on, this at this point. We'll take a 10-minute break and then we'll come back and we'll start talking about the challenges that we're currently facing in the city. You'll hear from all of the departments and the interaction conversation with them. And I invite all of you to, ask questions and, hopefully get answers. If we can't give them to you right away, we'll give them to you just as soon as we can, but, this is one time when the no surprise rule is null and void, so throw it on out there, let's have a good conversation. Something that's a little different than a budget meeting in the past, so hopefully it'll be interactive for everybody, so let's go ahead and take 10 and go from there. Well, 10-minute flies quickly. We've got, Councilmember Smart up to speed a little bit of where we were at. Councilman Stoker, did you have anything else that you need to get up to speed on, or you're there? Yeah, okay, perfect. Thank you. You're welcome. So with that, excuse me, we'll go ahead and get into the challenges currently facing the city. Budgetary challenges with growth and increasing mandates and things of that nature. So I'm gonna ask Eric if he wants to go ahead and give us a brief update of what he's got going on and the challenges that he has in his department with the Lewis and Clark Ranch and the meeting more households, you know, the 4 to 5 year trends, projections, things of that nature, interactive conversation. Any staff council has any questions, feel free to tip your card up. This way would be the best way to go for the conversations, and we'll be recognized. And I see that Councilman Bloom, he's still with us. Alrighty, very good. Eric?
All right, thank you, Mayor. So West Richland's typical growth is about 4% every year, which means we're bringing 750 people into our community each and every year. That's also about 250 new homes each and every year that come in to get permitted and processed through my department, Roscoe's department, and also hits Aaron's department with setting up new utility billing accounts, and the shops to go out and place a new meter in each one of these new homes. And so us receiving that permit across the counter isn't just my department, it's everybody. And then there's police calls once they move in because things happen. Or even before they move in, when the contractor's there and it shows up to the site and things are missing that were supposed to be there. So development helps the city grow, and growth without growth. I understand you're dying on the vine and you don't get any revenues that would be coming in for that. So it's great that we are growing. And I foresee that happening at that trend, at 4%, which is 4%, that growth goes up in a nice J curve, over the years, because 4% of last year's number is going to be larger next year. But I would foresee that happening. The Lewis and Clark Ranch, we received the first, I would say, phase 0.1, with the Bluffs subdivision that I mentioned earlier. That's just over 400 new residential lots that are going to be built north of Rupert Road. And then the remaining 800 acres, just past that, will be the actual phase 1. And that will be 3,000 new homes. Which if you take that number and multiply it by about 3 people per household, that gets you at 9,000 people. And the anticipation is that will be absorbed within the next 20 years. So that's quite a bit of growth, quite a bit of things happening here in the city of West Richland. In order to do that, though, we need to be able to meet that level of service that is out there. I have permits come in and I've got timelines that I've got to meet. There's requirements that I meet those timelines by the state. And there's new legislation that was just passed that says if I don't approve it within a certain timeline that's given, I have to refund them money back. So it's going to start costing the city if I don't keep my level of service rolling. There's mandates by the state as well.
We'll get to that.
We'll get to that part.
I think Roscoe, do you want to talk about the growth and the impact to infrastructure and parks?
Yeah, it's a little different. I get two sides of it. Public Works gets to deal with the infrastructure, the water sewer, to meet the demand. And then on the other side is the development services side of engineering and new development to make sure their impacts are mitigated. Water, sewer, stormwater irrigation all have rate models. They're enterprise fund. And so we plan out 10 years. The Lewis and Clark branch development specifically has caused us to redo our water system plan and our general sewer plan, which were just adopted in 2017. We're supposed to be good for 10 years. And if I follow those plans today, it said I'm good. You know, but we know with the ranch, they're in the process of all getting redone. All the rates, models we've already done, irrigation, stormwater. Shortly, the utility committee is going to see the sewer. So those enterprise funds kind of take care of themselves, and we plan for growth that way. But the part that's missing is the you heard the backbone support. So the utilities, water or sewer adds a body. You know, that's more purchasing that go through finance, APs, more payroll. It's more HR stuff. The more employees you have, more HR issues to deal with. And so it kind of hits all across the board with theirs. And so while the enterprise funds are a whole on their side, and they do pay a piece for these people, but they don't pick up the whole tab. It causes impacts to IT and even Stephanie's department with things. So it kind of hits that one. So really the growth on the public works side of things really hits is parks and streets. It's the two that are in the general fund that are a drain. And, you know, so I'll focus on streets. You know, I could ask the trivia questions on how many parks we have, and John should be able to raise his card and tell you exactly there's 17. He should be able to tell you that there's 90 acres in regional and community parks. He should be able to tell you we've got 13 acres of open space and about 9 miles of trails. So, which is all great. I mean, that's what makes the community of West Richland what it is. You heard the feedback. We just spent the last couple of years updating a park plan, looking at gap analysis and all that. And then we've adopted a level of service. We know that we can't maintain, keep building at that level of service. And so back in 2022, council, you lowered the level of service, how many parks, open space and trails per 1,000 residents. And I'll come back to that. Just remember, we've already cut that in half. But going forward, if you look at what does that mean? You kind of heard from Eric, every 1,000 residents, what is that? Well, it's kind of changed. In the past, it'd be 345 single family residential homes. But lately we're getting a lot of multifamily, which is kind of a shift, something that we were missing. But 345 homes equals 1,000 residents, which per our adopted standards that we just recently cut in half, we need to build another 3 acres of parks, another acre of open space, another mile of trail that all gets to be maintained. When we already have a deficit, you saw that in the O&M plan that talked about needing to add 7 bodies. We added, Aaron said 2. I'll tell you it was 1.3. One of those bodies went from part-time to full-time. And 2 bodies were cut. So the request this year is 3, and we're still not on our way to 7. And in 2027, we'll have another 5-acre park that council signed an agreement, with a 5-acre park with watermark. That's another body. So we're going the wrong direction with that. Looking at streets. Again, John, I'm gonna pick on you. So in case you have the trivia card. 186, almost 187 lane miles. A lot of people will say, well, we've got 90 center line miles. Well, some of the roadways are multiple lanes. So we use lane miles. So 186 lane miles. And again, going back to the standard of 1,000 residents or 345 homes, which is about what we bring in a year, that's adding, I just pulled the Bluffs, which is a preliminary plat that's coming in north of Rupert, gonna have 406. And that will add 7.8 lane miles to our street system that we get to maintain. Again, streets is just funded with gas tax, which is flat. People aren't buying gas. Switching to electric. And so that continues to be a drain on the general fund. I think the 22-24 budget, how much would the transfer?
1.3 million from general fund to street fund.
In 23-24. So again, a pretty big hit to that, but that's the biggest challenge is trying to keep up with that level of service as we continue to grow, what it does, adding to our streets and adding to our park system.
A quick question. So does the 7.8 lane miles per, what did we say? That was 360 some odd?
That was for the bluffs. The 406.
About 406 actual homes.
Yeah, I just took the preliminary plat that was coming in.
My question is, do you think that's like an average?
It's
Like,
probably
is that
pretty
probably-
close. It's pretty
Okay.
close. Because majority of it's a residential street. The one side of the plat has a 3-lane arterial plan.
Just, yeah, it's
So
right.
it's pretty close.
Okay.
I was trying to look at something that matched up on an annual basis of dwelling units. So we're more of a mix between single family and multifamily dwelling units. Kind of gets back. But obviously, if it was a multifamily development, a lot less frontage and roadways than a single family development.
So can I do a quick follow-up on that?
Absolutely, yeah.
So my interest there is, have we done the calculation to figure out if those homes are going to bring in enough revenue through their utilities tax to pay for that extra 7.8 miles over the course of time, amortized, say, over 20 years? I'm curious to know if our income, yeah,
I mean, you've been told.
I know I have.
Residential growth, single family homes does not cover the level of service.
so
But
that
you need-
indicates to me, yeah,
But you can't get commercial or industrial growth without the residential growth.
oh, I understand, right?
So it's kind of a catch 22.
But if a home gets built, and our utility tax on them, which is going to pay for their road maintenance and their sewer maintenance. and their-
Let's back up, John, for that assumption.
Okay.
So,
Go ahead.
So payment preservation is retail sales tax, real estate excise tax on the sale of the property that comes in. Half of that, it's a 0.5%, so a quarter of that goes into our payment preservation. But
Okay.
so that's when it needs to be overlaid at some point, 20 years from now.
Right.
That's
a one-shot income.
Unless the household sells multiple times. The street sweeping and storm drainage is funded with your stormwater utility. So the street sweeping and all that, it kind of covers that. So the day-to-day stuff in a residential new street, there's probably not too much going on on a new street. So streets itself is probably okay. But your utility taxes, internal taxes, 1% on your water and sewer is going into the general O&M of streets. Snow plowing, picking up litter, patching the occasional pothole, fixing street signs, painting those striping lines.
Right.
Where
Where does that come from?
that's out of the street.
Those are all our street funds.
So your fund that go into the street fund is 1% internal tax on both water and sewer, gas tax revenue that we get, which is flat or declining, and then the transfer, the $1.3 million transfer from the general fund. And you can pick and use, goes into a pot, with exactly, we don't track which dollars those are.
My comment is simply that we should be able to project the costs of the infrastructure, whatever they are, whether it's preservation or striping or pothole fixing or snow plowing or whatever. And ensure ourselves that we have the right tax rate on those services to cover those expenses. I mean, I don't want to have to draw from some other source.
Yeah, it doesn't fund itself.
No, it doesn't, right, so
The other cities have the luxury of having retail sales tax that could help with their street fund.
but we don't. So, okay, that's all, thank you. Right, point that out.
So those are the two areas that are my challenge, but again, the utility is gonna kind of do it with the rates.
Yeah.
That the department's missing is back support out of finance. So we can go plug in a new maintenance worker in the water department, but the ICAP will take a percentage of that body and the utility will pay for finance, IT and that. But again, it's not covering all of it.
Yeah, and is that just a result of, the model that we use to pay our staff internally. In other words, if a person on the backbone does work that's directly related to street striping, because they've got to write a check to a contractor or whatever, do they charge that time to
We
the
actually,
public works, or do you try to charge that to this backbone overhead?
so
budget?
it goes to the general fund and then, the street fund stopped paying in the indirect cost allocation plan is where we kind of capture some of that, what these support would do for other funds. A couple of years ago, maybe it was in 2020, we were, sending so much money into the from the general fund into the street fund that we stopped charging the street fund an ICAP. Because it just didn't make sense to like transfer it to the general fund and turn around and transfer it to the.
If you charge an ICAP for the backbone of the streets,
Mhm.
all it does is increase the transfer out of the general fund,
Yeah,
so that the street fund can pay back the general. So it's cut out.
Well,
All you do is
you-
processing payments back.
so basically, the general fund is supporting the street fund via transfer, as well as we don't charge them for, IT services, payroll services.
But that's my point.
The
is that
utilities
we
are
should
maybe.
I,
John,
It's coming from itself,
Yeah.
because the street fund's not standalone, it doesn't make enough money, so the general fund is supporting the street fund, so charging it is a moot point because the general fund's
I
paying
get
for
it.
it regardless.
So John, you
my
only-
point is, you're not charging enough for your utility.
no, they're paying their fair share.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Well,
they're-
how come you have to borrow from the general fund?
the utilities are not borrowing from the general fund. They're paying their fair share.
Yeah, utilities are the revenue funds that we spoke of.
So there's not a street utility. That's not,
Oh, there's
that's not how the
That's
state
not
is
a
organized, so there's a water, sewer. But streets is solely funded by tax. So the, fuel tax by, the projects or capital are based, so that's the REIT funding.
Right.
Street maintenance and like, didn't mention, but like streetlight, electricity, operating, that is all tax based.
I see.
Not, there's not a utility for that.
I get it now. Thank you. So
And then,
that's unfortunate.
yeah, in our upcoming legislative session, we've got, what we're gonna be working with. Ross, so explain a little bit about what we're gonna be doing with Jennifer and our legislators with the language change.
Yeah, so motor vehicle fuel tax has specific things of that revenue that we come in. It can be used for capital projects. It can be used for day-to-day operations in the street fund. When you look at, transportation benefit districts, which is either car cabs or sales tax, that's, right now, the language is, has operation and maintenance, but when you read into it, it's unclear. It's really, can be used for pavement preservation or capital projects. We have a transportation impact fee, where we charge development, so we're not looking at it for capital projects. It could be used for, pavement preservation, but what the ask is that language be more broad, that it could, transportation benefit funding could be used for general street fund. With the idea that if we did have that, then we wouldn't have to transfer money out of the general fund to balance the street fund. Which means leaves that $1.3 million in the 23-24 budget for other general fund needs.
Do those transportation impact, or what do you call it, transportation impact fund or
Transportation impact fees that we get from new development.
is the fee structured by law? Does it have to be like per license plate, or does that have to be per rooftop, or?
So you're mixing the two. So transportation impact fee is a fee we charge to every new development that comes in, whether it's a business or house. And that's tied into capital projects only, cannot be used for maintenance.
So,
The transportation benefit district is council can elect to do car tabs. And currently it's for capital and pavement preservation. We're asking for the language to be clarified that it can be used for basic street operations.
right, and I get that, so that's what I meant to ask about, is that cost, the way that we assign that tax to our citizens, that regulated, can we do it by how many vehicles the family owns, or how many rooftops they have?
If you were to form
Per
a,
property, or how does that,
if you were to form a transportation benefit district, it would be a car tab
who be a card?
on each vehicle owned by it.
Okay.
And there's exemptions. there's 2 pages of exemption, farm equipment, single axle, private use trailers, those kind of things would capture that
Okay,
per year fee. You could also look like increasing the sales tax by 0.1%. But again, we don't have a lot of retail sales tax, that's not gonna generate a lot, or you can do a combination of the two,
okay, so you're pretty much stuck with car tax,
or a combination of two.
or the combination of the two, okay. No other option.
And the whole thing with that, John, is I think it's been a while since we talked about it, but as a council, you can, you don't have to go to a vote of people, you can elect to go up to $50 on a car tab. You have to start at 20, and then I think 2 years later, you can go up to 40. After 2 years, then you go up to 50. Then the last $10 can be referendum, the voters go referendum the last and put it down to 40. If you want to go up to 100, you have to go out and vote with people. And the same thing with the sales tax. As a council, you can elect the 0.1% without a vote of the people. You can go all the way up to 0.3, but that would take a vote of the people.
So to go from, to go up to 100, does the vote of the people, this is for the increase from where you were to that, or?
If you had nothing, you put it to the vote of the
Still have to
people.
do that.
Yeah. I think there's only one that been voted in, I think, yeah.
All right, with growth challenges, we also have a lot with, police. Gary, do you wanna talk about that?
I do, yes. So I'll start with animal control, obviously with the road.
Oh, sorry, Fred, do you have a?
Yeah, just one comment, I think a prevailing factor that hasn't really been brought out is just inflation.
Oh,
7% inflation last year. This year, the Federal Reserve, of course, is gonna be happy if it's 2 or 3%, which is still a significant amount, considering that our property tax can only go up by 1%. And, we raised, all of our taxes, by 2 or 3%, that's still not gonna make up for the deficit. So that's why we have to look for additional options. And lastly, I'll point this out, that, single-family homes are the most expensive use of land. In other words, single-family home costs more to maintain in terms of the roads, sewer, water, the infrastructure than multi-home developments. It's the best use of land is multi-home developments, where we can have, more, revenue generated per lot of land that's used. Does that put it together fairly well, Eric?
Yeah, I'd say that's mostly accurate. The only thing I'd add on there is the larger the lot, more expensive it is
Yes.
for us to maintain, right?
Yeah.
Because there's less revenue coming in on those single family large lot developments than if it was more compacted. Like a townhouse development, for instance, where you're able to get, say, 12 units on 1 acre versus one house on 2.5 acres, like we have in quite a few lots here in the city.
It's a little bit off topic right now, but inflation is one of the key issues that makes our revenue challenges even more difficult.
Councilmember Bloom had his hand up. Councilmember Bloom.
Yeah, I was gonna backtrack into one of Councilman Smart's comments, was inferring that if we operated the general fund as a enterprise fund, do we actually have a cost per house? But the real key comes down to is over 50% of the budget is a police budget, correct? I mean, that's of the general fund.
Yeah, it's really close. I think it's been down. It's been ranging in the 41, 45%. But that
But I
has to
mean-
do with the big projects. Generally, it's 50 to 51%.
Right, and so the real question comes down to is, while we may have more road mileage for a single family home as compared to a multifamily or townhouse complex, the real place we're going to get, costs are police per person. And so when we put in a multifamily home or townhome situation, we're actually going to have more people population wise, and we're judging police utilization on what police per population, correct? So, you know, of our expenses, you know, we have to look at where the benefit is, and I'm not convinced that, you know, the townhomes aren't going to be more demanding of that than the single family homes. And multifamily as well. So, you know, it's a multi-legged consideration, is not just while putting in the infrastructure to service single family homes cost more than multifamily homes, that is covered by the developer, not by the not by the city.
We
So-
we will receive potentially more revenue from a multifamily, in terms of property tax. Because if you think of how many multifamily they build on a 1 acre lot, let's just say, somebody has a,
Well, I just quick, easy math.
there you go.
Let's say you've got $1 million home on 1 acre. I can put 12 townhomes on that same lot. And at $400,000 a piece, it was 4.8 million.
So now your assessed value, rather than being 1 million, is 4.8 million. So you're gonna make up for some of that in property tax.
Well, but we're also, now we're having, how many more? You're making up in property tax, but is it enough to cover the added police expense associated with that number of people? You know, when you proportion it out, that's what I'm getting at. It's a
Well,
mixed
yeah.
bag.
You have to look also at the other expenses too. You have the street expense. So it's the same distance of road for those 12 townhomes as it would be for the $1 million house.
So you're
So you've got
servicing more people.
all of those, that road length, you're not having to deal with all of the maintenance and everything else and the additional roadway maintenance along that X number of feet of roadway. It's the same distance. So there's some cost savings. And I've got some information. I'll go look it up and send it out to you all. They actually presented it at the directors conference I was at just last week, showing that this is a lot, higher density on the lot is a lot more cost effective for a city than having one single family home on a large lot.
Well, I mean, I will grant you'll get a lot more utility tax out of the multifamily than you would. But the question comes down to is what is the income base of a home? And where does it, you know, where does that income flow into the general fund and pay for the general fund activities? Okay,
Well-
Right, John?
Yes, Richard took my thunder here, but that was my comment, but I'll add to it that, I don't think, I'm not convinced, just as a general statement, that these high density or whatever you want to call them, townhome developments are more cost effective. I think that you may have a single family home that costs $1 million or a complex of a dozen of them that cost 4.8 million. But you've got sewer service is multiplied by a factor of at least 12.
Which is the revenue?
Which is the revenue and the enterprise fund.
Yeah, and water as well.
Revenues.
That the general fund gets
That the general fund is.
tax on, that goes into the general fund and street fund.
Yeah.
So if you've got 12 people paying that base sewer rate, you're getting 13 times more revenue out of that, because the 13.5% comes off the top for both.
Which are gonna help offset what the expenses are for the officers to support.
You're gonna need it. I don't know. I would love to see a demographic study on that, you know, number of calls per high density housing unit versus number of calls to, you know, the Polo Club. I just
You
would
want
like to
the
see-
analysis, then put it in the budget request.
Well, I mean, part of it's already out there. I just need to look it up.
Just,
Somebody's done this, right?
There.
So just like a quick, ran a quick number.
Mhm.
So property tax generated at our current levy rate of $1.18 is $1,180 for the year. So that would go to the city's general fund. And a $4.8 million property, so that same acre generates $5,664 to the general fund. So it is significantly more, and we're only talking like 1 acre, so like if you get multiple of those.
And if we're paying,
4
uh,
times,
if we're paying 30 or 20 or 20 to $30 million a year, well, no, I take it back. It's gonna be more like, yeah, it would be about $20 to $30 million a year for police services. How much is that per call?
we're not paying
We're
that
not,
much.
okay, tell me what the number is.
Just off the top of my
Yeah,
head,
sorry,
probably 4.5 to 5 million
per year.
per year.
So I thought our annual budget was, oh, that's those projects, but 100.
Well, we have-
By 260 and then
We
40,
have
60.
projects, we have the water sewer fund that are a lot more, when you add all that capital in, that's where your 148 million come in, but the general fund is running about 10 million as far as like right around
Per year,
per year. Mhm. So a $20 million 2-year budget, is a little bit higher this last year because we do have the big transfer supporting the well 3 project, but that's
So-
a couple
so you
million.
said that like the entire police budget is under 5 million a year?
It's pretty close to about,
Rough numbers, I'm
yeah.
not trying to pin you down here.
No, in the general
Approximate
fund,
number,
it's
yeah.
approximate.
Okay, and so what would that be per call? And is that something that is even a thought as per call to a high density housing complex versus a single family home neighborhood? I don't know the ratio.
Jared, do higher density multifamily developments
Do they-
trigger
do they-
more police calls than
Not necessarily.
by a per unit basis? Because that's really what you should look at.
No,
is a per
yeah.
unit basis.
Right.
We used to respond down there to what we used to call felony flats, which is now the enclave, quite a bit. But since they cleaned it up and fixed things up and stuff, we don't respond down there hardly much anymore. So,
Because domestic violence doesn't take on the shape of multifamily, it takes on the shape of
That's why.
everybody, right? I mean, that's the fact.
I'm just going on like,
Oh, curb appeal, right?
Yeah.
Stereotype.
yeah,
There's definitely a stereotype that multifamily bring crime.
okay,
It's not true.
okay, good. I was only basing that on some landlords that I have known in the past that have.
So if you
I
had
didn't see no-
subsidized housing or low income or something in that nature,
Yeah.
you would more likely have an increase in cost.
The Section 8 housing in West Richland has a
We're,
different.
we're selling $400,000 townhomes, right? We're not selling
yeah.
projects, we're not building projects.
To date, that's right, thank you.
So let's go ahead and roll into
Jared?
Commander Kelly's comments today.
yeah, obviously with growth comes more animals. I'll start with animal control. Marissa is super busy. More times than not, all the kennels that we have, are full. So she's working on trying to find foster homes or, getting those out to Tri-City Animal Control. So that has just been a substantial growth on her plate, with the added part-time code enforcement. We've been able to take some of the stuff off of her plate and put it on the code enforcement.
I just want to point out that code enforcement is a temporary position that ends in 24. So we did bring it on, but it was like a fixed amount of money to end in 24. So go ahead.
So she's helped out quite a bit. With growth, Roscoe brought up the 186 lane miles. So that's, not only does, he have to repair those lanes, but it's miles that the patrol has to go out there and drive. With growth, we used to be at 1.5 officer per 1,000. We're now down to 1.2. So when you have that growth, it just lowers us. The federal average, I looked it up, was 2.4 per officer or 2.3 officers per 1,000. That's national. Washington State's the lowest in the country, and West Richland is one of the lowest in the state. So you look at that nationally, then we're way down at the bottom when you're looking at, officer per thousand. So,
Some of the other things that are impacting the police department or, let's talk a little bit about Office of Public Defense. With the new bars requirements, supported by the Supreme Court, lowering cases of public defenders, how many cases they can take. The calculation that we had from the county, it would take 35 FTEs, not only staffers, but attorneys, to fulfill that requirement that is over a period of time. So the budgeting that we've got is a 5.15 increase from the county, which they're talking to us about $479,000 per year. A considerable amount compared to what it was in the past. District court costs are up 3.71%. So that's approximately $410, or excuse me, 410. Yeah, I wish it was $410, $410,000. So a significant increase as well. Jail costs are also on a rise, not as much, 1.35%. That's $552,000. So the cost of Jared doing his job, putting the bad guys in jail, getting them through the courts, with the public defenders as required by law, is a significant impact to our fund, general fund as well. Big number there. Anything want to touch base and relate to that?
yeah, I think, 2027, it will mandated to have all that stuff. The OPD in there. Part of that problem too is there's not enough attorneys in the Tri-Cities to fill that. So, in order to fill that, they may have to raise what they're paying the attorneys. So, it's gonna be something that they're gonna have to look at as well. So that number that you put may even go higher.
Yeah, and in conversation I've had with Commissioner Alvarez and some of the challenges that they have attracting legal counsel, that is one of the things that they are going to increase to be more competitive from the private sector. Is exactly that. They're gonna be paying a lot more. But that's just the tip of the iceberg. Now, where are you gonna put these people? County does not have any space for them. So they either revitalize or build new facilities, which is gonna have an impact on us as well. Because they're not gonna take that whole liability on themselves. They're gonna pass it on to the communities.
We could rent them an office. Just say it.
Councilmember Bloom?
Yeah, I was just, again, I'll stay on the kick of normalizing. So those budget numbers, is that based on a projected number of court cases or?
Yes,
Okay.
yeah.
So, I mean, is that in the presentation? Or I mean, the basis for that number?
These numbers I got directly from Linda Ivy, who's the finance director at Benton County, of what our expenses, what our expenses are gonna be, what our share of the pie is.
Okay, so that's overall for the county, we just got a portion.
No,
And that,
No, that's West Richland portion.
that's West Richland's portion. Take into consideration, they are also on a 2-year budget cycle as we are. And that is if the entire budget is spent out. I should have explained that to begin with. But if they spend the entire budget in the 2-year budget cycle, those are the numbers that I said would be.
But is that based on West Richland's population or our activity?
Activity.
Yep.
Okay.
Activity and projection based on statistics.
Okay.
Based on the amount of cases probably that we send to the courts and stuff like that.
Yeah, and the percentage increase annually.
Okay, well, no, I'm just trying to understand where that, you know, what's driving that number.
So they take their whole cost of everything and then it's broken down to the county portion. You have Kennewick, Richland, West Richland, Prosser.
Mhm.
And basically,
That's
all
in-
those cases make up the whole number and then they allocate based on the number. And I think I think it was 4.6%. And this year it dropped to 3.71%. So our percentage did drop a little bit, which helps. But the cost of everything is skyrocketing, which does not help.
No, I
So,
understand that.
Yeah, when I go to the BCES meetings and budget meetings, jail meetings, all of those different things, I have Erin come along with me because she's our money gal and they have their finance directors. All the other municipalities have their finance directors involved in the conversation as well.
Okay, thank you.
John? You're up.
Yeah, so I have a kind of a basic question back to my false estimate on how much the police force costs. I was on, I know, right? I bet you do. So I guess I have a misunderstanding of the overall budget. Because we claim 170 some odd million 2-year budget and 30 some odd of that is a big project. So we claim something like 150 or 140, a million, I said thousands, or a million, for 2 years. But now, it turns out it's only 24 million for 2 years, or rough numbers, correct me. Because the police budget's only 40 some odd % of a 1-year budget, so at $5 million, our 1-year budget must be somewhere around 10 or 12 million bucks.
Yes.
So what is where's my disconnect here between an annual budget of 24 million versus an annual budget of 75 million?
We're talking about funds and our budget's 148 million currently. So, just the general fund makes up, it's just the 001. When I talk about general fund, it's just the 001 fund. This is all we're talking about. And the analogy I use and why we spend so much time talking about this is because it is the backbone, but it's like the blood of all of the funds. Like it can give to any fund, it cannot receive from any fund. So it's like very unique and very sought after. So it's supported by tax. So then you would go into, we do have a couple of management reserve funds in there that are smaller and not used. But then you go into like 101 is our street fund. We have 121 is our library fund. So each of these is got their own unique rules on how the money is spent. So the general fund is what we focus on, and that, is about 10 million.
So you talk about all these different funds.
Yeah.
If you flip every one of these sheets over that we work on from the staff level, these are all of the different funds.
I guess it was not the
Excuse me, this is all general fund, just all the different numbers.
okay.
Yeah, so we get into the rest of them, but this is,
Yeah, so I guess my misunderstanding was what fund was the 45% being applied to when we talked about the cost of the police department?
General fund,
Just the general fund,
just the general,
not the overall.
not the overall.
Thank you, that's really good to know.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, I would say, Roscoe will float his head a little bit, but 85% of the rest is Roscoe.
Yeah,
So,
Enterprise funds that
Mhm.
aren't touching the general fund.
right.
But yeah,
And
the
then-
focus is on the small, the little 20, and that's the problem because it all has restricted revenue.
Yeah.
You can only raise property tax 1%. You need sales tax, you need utility tax. You know,
But-
that's how you balance for the general governmental services.
Yeah.
Police, parks, fire, and then the day-to-day stuff.
And that's why I want to make sure that anything you do specific to one of these other funds is charged directly instead of, if it at all possible.
it's not directly, but it is, we do capture it through an indirect cost allocation, which is,
Is there a better way to do that so that you can charge your time to the things you're spending it on versus just the general overhead?
state doesn't let us do something.
I-
I want to know. Is it
John,
possible?
you could spend thousands of dollars chasing a dollar
yeah, that's.
in reporting. And
Oh, because.
Yeah, so what they do is look at it as the whole year,
Yeah,
and they'll go through and look at FTEs, number of times, I mean, there's a matrix they use
Yeah.
at the end of the year to go charge the utility for general government benefits that they've done. The utilities pay for a portion of council, the mayor, IT, all that.
Yeah.
They pay for the cost of their service, plus you collect an internal tax that pays for other general stuff.
Yeah.
That you don't have retail sales tax, so that's how you're making up the difference.
I just know that we have the same problem in industry, so to speak. And you do that with time card, right? And we are obligated, if I have an admin who normally charges overhead or a finance person, but they do half a day's work on my project. They charge to my
That's-
project.
That's different,
And
John.
that's federal money too.
No, 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 the projects are tracked, John.
I'm just talking
The
about
projects are tracked,
there.
yeah.
Okay,
We're talking general day-to-day stuff and general government.
yeah.
Stephanie?
Oh, I think that this is part of the discussion is that I think our finance team has been extremely creative in trying to get as much expenditure out of the general fund that we legally can get out of the general fund. So I don't think that that's necessarily a concern that we're willy-nilly charging things to the general fund that shouldn't be.
Yeah.
I can personally vouch for that, that
Sure.
anything that could be in charge to utilities or other funds is being charged to the.
Yeah, don't misinterpret. I'm not accusing here. I'm probing to make sure. And again, that's a great answer. And I like that because that's what we need to be able to explain to our
Yeah,
citizens.
and that's
Is
one of the
that-
reasons that we're having this
We're
interactive
doing this
conversation
already.
to help you understand the process and what is all involved in what you can and can't do.
Yeah.
You know, because obviously there's things that council members are not aware of that, you know,
Well, I
you're
won't,
not in that weed, you know, you're on the
Yeah.
policy making level and then this is the line, you
well,
know.
like we talked about at break, council, myself included, mostly may not be aware, but also our citizens need to be aware of that fact.
The education starts here.
It'll be a question that maybe we can quell right here on this record. So that's good. I appreciate that. Thank you.
So Jared, did you have anything else you wanted to add in regards to?
Not as far as growth goes.
Or, do we skip that one as far as growth, or should we moved on to this?
Actually, you know, what I would like to add is that we've done a lot in the past couple budget cycles to, maximize employee efficiency. We have restructured every single department. Last budget cycle, we had a flex schedule, which was huge because, I'm really surprised how much productivity shot up where people could manage their time. So we have done a lot with what we have, but I can always tell in my office when people are overstressed, overworked, burned out. And we're getting to that point again because I'm a revolving door again. So, but we have done a lot in the past couple budgets to maximize efficiency.
So,
And then I included from Jared's conversation in regards to policing, I got into the OPD and the jail costs and things like that. So we've already touched base on that one.
which is, some of the, kind of moving on from the growth challenges. We're gonna talk, kind of similar to growth challenges is the increase in mandates. We have lots of different, outside influences that require us to do more work. Which, Mayor Gary started off with the OPD, that is new mandates coming down on public defense and their requirement on the caseload of a attorney. And that's kind of where that's coming from is when we talk about the growing costs. Eric has some when it comes to the comp plan, so if you wanna,
Just a few.
just a few.
So, the state's requiring all of the jurisdictions in Benton County and half the other counties across the state to update their periodic or their comprehensive plans over the next couple of years. I'm trying to, and this is where we get into some of the cost savings, is I've reached out to Benton County, Richland, Kennewick, Pasco. We're all going to jump in together to do some of this update as a cost savings for all of us, but because the new elements, so the comprehensive plan has multiple elements, transportation, housing, economic development, all these different things. The state's requiring us to add a climate change element. that will look at what the impacts of climate change will be to our communities. And so some of that looks at vehicle miles traveled and greenhouse gas emissions. And so when we're looking at those things aren't myopic to just West Richland. But what we do spreads out across the other jurisdictions. And so I went to a Richland hearing that was supposed to happen last night, that didn't, because I was gonna complain to their hearing examiner of the subdivision that was going in Richland. I was gonna push all of their traffic into West Richland and make them add an extra at least 1 mile to each individual trip that they have. That doesn't really comply with this new goal and policy that the state's pushing out. So we're gonna be looking at a lot of those things with this update, but I also have the regular periodic update that we're gonna need to go through and make sure that all of our goals and policies comply with the recent updates to state law. So we're gonna be looking at ADUs, we're gonna be looking at a lot of other things that might be a little hard for some council to agree with or citizens to agree with, but that's what we're gonna be forced to do. There's other things too, some other recent, our state is loving to do local planning at a state level. And it's causing a lot of work for all of the planners. Like I said, last week I was at this planning directors conference. So all the planning directors in the state get together and we commiserate over all of the new regulations the state's putting out. And everyone is complaining about how the state's doing this local planning at a state level and how difficult it's making our lives because of all of the new regulations they're coming up with. So I'll be looking at streamlining design review, small town, converting existing buildings to residential uses. So if there's a warehouse, for instance, out in our industrial district that wants to convert into residential uses, we may have to take that into consideration. Promoting preservation of manufactured home parks. We have to look at how do we do that? How do we address that in our community? New development timelines. So there's like I said earlier, there's shot clocks for how quickly we permit process or projects. And this new state law starting January, if someone submits their permit and it doesn't happen within the state mandated time, I may have to refund a percentage of their permit fees.
Councilmember Bloom, you question, comment?
Well, just a reflection, and a lot of the, let's get political here. A lot of the discussion is a regulatory burden that government is placing upon, in this case, government. And the question comes down to is this will always affect the cost of housing. And so as part of our legislative agenda, the question comes down to is, should they be looking at rolling back some of these mandated activities that are going to be passed along to the new construction? I mean, that's what it comes down to. I mean,
Richard, I've been preaching that to everyone I can about specifically the energy code that they've done. Is adds
me.
$30,000.
You gotta remember, I'm building a house and you know how much that's cost.
Yeah. So you can thank your lovely governor for the extra $30,000 you put into your new home that you wouldn't have had to had the older energy code been in place. So there's that, but the thing is that I'm hearing is that they want us to reduce our impact fees. That we, the cities, the local jurisdictions, with the projects that we're identifying with the impacts of these new developments, have too high of impact fees. And we need to figure out ways to reduce that or just let people go without having to pay them.
I'll let you follow up with that here in just a second, but we'll go back here to Commander Kelly and then over to Mayor Pro Tem Brink, and you can comment in regards to reducing impact fees.
I just wanted to add on mandates as far as besides the OED, we also have EDR requests that are coming because of case law that came down from the west side that is now requiring police departments to provide information that we put into dispatch. So right now dispatch has been getting those PDRs and disseminating that. Now it's gonna be the police department's responsibility to
Can you explain what a PDR is?
public disclosure
Okay, thank
request.
you.
Yeah, sorry.
So people know.
So now the police department's gonna be responsible for that. Another thing that has come down is, reporting for use of force. So now we have to do use of force reporting to the state. And WSU is doing, I don't know what you call it, some sort of survey, informational gathering. So we have to report use of forces to them so they can, determine on, racial biases and use of force and all that kind of stuff. So there's just more and more reporting that's coming down from our end that we have to do. So,
And I'll add to, besides with the body cameras and public records requests, so on and so forth, that has an effect not only on your staff, but it also is affecting Stephanie and the clerk's department and Brad in his department for review, redaction, providing, be able to dig the information up. So there's an example of one state mandate that affects 3 or multiple different departments. Mayor Pro Tem Britt?
Yeah,
And-
I will
so this should
simply,
not-
follow on some of Eric's comments and your comments to Councilmember Bloom. AWC has for the last several years lobbied very heavily against a plethora of unfunded mandates that come from the state and other burdens that are shifted by the state legislature to cities without the requisite funds to support those. It's an ongoing struggle, and I think it's going to be somewhat more concerning this year because the state is projecting a significant drop in revenue should many of the initiatives that are currently on the ballot pass. That's going to significantly reduce state revenue. So we as cities, 281 in the state, are going to be most likely burdened with increased costs from the legislature and less revenue sharing from the state legislature.
And Eric, going back to where you were at with reduced
So,
impact fees.
so yeah, so they want us to reduce the impact fees. I don't think that that's going to happen because if we reduce those, where are we gonna come up with the revenue to pay for it? I mean, we're already struggling with that. The other side of this is that the state has given us grant money to update these comp plans. But quite typically what happens is I spend all of that money on a consultant to help me with it. But my time isn't captured in that. And so my time's gifted for the project basically. And there's no cost recuperation for that. It's just taking away from other things that I could be working on, such as firework, looking at firework regulations or boosters or whatever else, we come up with that to address. And a lot of that is just to address citizens' comments that have come in. And that's the concern I have is at some point, we're gonna have to, with the budget limitations, to say, no, we don't have time to look at that and just, but how does that look in the eye of economic development when you've got a future commercial development coming to town that wants to locate here? And I have to tell them I don't have resources to process that text amendment or rezone or whatever it might be to help facilitate that business locating in the city. So that's the concerns I have with this is it's just making my time. I presented this to Brent saying, hey, Brent, here's all of the projects that I'm gonna have for the next 4 or 5, 6 years. And everything in yellow on this, I can't do if I don't have help.
And that comes back to the conversation that we've all had within staff is what's not getting done? What are some priority things that are not able to occur? So, that's just an example. We'll touch base on that a little bit more, but He started it, so.
Just putting the teaser
And
in,
lofting it up there.
the teaser.
A lot of these mandates, they're pushing the growth doesn't pay for growth. And they're putting it under equity or affordable housing, which it isn't. All these mandates that they're trying to make you streamline with all this is actually adding cost to it and putting a lot of communities in jeopardy. Meaning if you can't meet some deadline that somebody over in Olympia thinks is reasonable, that building permit or that development goes through with no comment. And that's the probably that's the most concerning thing, is the arbitrary deadlines. No one asked Eric or me, can you, how long does it take to process it? Well, I'll tell you, it depends on the architect or the engineer who submits the plan. You know, if you get garbage, it takes us longer to review than if somebody has a complete package and has everything done. But that's not the case. I mean,
And as a result, what's gonna happen is we're gonna be denying projects. And then if you deny a project, that potentially puts us into litigation because we denied the project.
so focuses on general fund, but the states doesn't just stick their fingers in general fund. I'm seeing it in my MPDS wastewater permit on the sewer side. The mentality is we set standards here. If you meet them here, you're under the threshold, you're doing great. Okay, we're gonna ratchet them down because you're doing a good job. And put us in third party jeopardy. If we now don't meet it, now they can do violations. They're doing this, the new thing now is on these permits is to require you to do studies. You gotta do these different studies. You're basically doing the state's work, the college's work. And stormwater is a prime example. They want us to do some effectiveness studies and different things. And the whole goal is we're gonna give them the information, the data, so that they can add more regulation on us. And we get to pay for it. Water rights or, you know, dealing with new staff at state agencies that aren't in the office, that are working from home. Limited oversight and management, in my mind. Same thing with DOT, the state agencies. It's tough. But I think the biggest thing that's gonna hit the city and the general fund, like Eric said, is the state legislation doing statewide planning. And one size fits all, and they're not even going through the CEQA process to even look at what the impacts are. If we were to implement some of these things, we'd have to go through a whole big environmental analysis. They're saying 2 ADUs are gonna be required on every lot. Can't stop it. And oh, by the way, there's no impact to water, sewer, or your transportation infrastructure. You know, so there's big problems with it, but the biggest thing is these things are new requirements coming. We don't have a say. You're told tough. The deadlines, they come all with specific deadlines. Don't care about your input. Eric at least got a little bit of money for the climate thing in the comp plan, but that's a pittance towards everything else that's coming through. And the kicker is all the extra reporting and documentation that I don't think anybody's even reading. It's checking a box. That's the most frustrating thing with it.
So my question is it possible to calculate the cost of each of these laundry lists of mandates that I just heard? At least come up with some estimate or bracketed costs, this, you know, given our current growth rate, this is gonna cost our city $500,000 next year, or whatever it is. It doesn't have to be exact, obviously, because you don't know who the architect is that brings your plans in and how hard the design is gonna be to review, but just given, say, last year's history, if we had to do these mandates on what we did on our activity last year, how much extra would it have cost us so that we can quantify this and get our citizens at least educated as to what the dilemma or the problem is here?
Yeah, I'm just gonna say, John, we don't have the staff to go through and do that deep of analysis.
Regarding, yeah, I get what you're saying,
Yeah.
and Roscoe, we're dealing with the same stuff with the state.
Yep.
And we don't have the staff time to do what we've got going on today.
All right.
You're basically asking me for like ADUs.
A study for
What's the
study.
impact of water, sewer, and transportation? The state should have done that,
Yeah.
not me having to go through.
Well,
I mean, I can tell you it's gonna increase demand.
Right.
And is my water and sewer line designed in the street to handle that extra? I don't know.
Yeah.
Probably not. I know it's gonna add more traffic.
Yeah,
And for me to update the code, it
Right.
depends on the political climate for that.
Yeah.
Because you guys have seen stuff come through and I probably could have put it on the consent agenda and you guys would have approved it to get done. But then there's other things that goes through. It takes 2 years of every meeting having conversation about it. So I mean, the cannabis one, for example, I mean, I spent probably an extra 2 hours at each council meeting just hearing public comment, and that's time, right?
John, you're probably gonna miss, because you got a lot of employees that are exempt. So increasing the deadline, saying you gotta turn this around at a certain time, a lot of those employees are exempt. So it means they're gonna be putting in more time to meet that deadline, because that's the dedication they have. I'm telling you, and so it's not just,
I understand the
Yeah.
cost comes in many forms.
well, no, they're not giving you any money. They're telling you to do it quickly, which to do it quickly, you need to have more bodies because they're not linear when these permits come in. It seems like they wait outside the door and they'll come in at once because they know you've got to process them in 20 days, whatever it is.
Yeah,
And if they don't get processed, guess what? I don't have to do anything. I just get to go do what I want.
that's great, Nancy. I wanted to mention, did you want to talk about, or what happened with the requirements to our trash collection of their, oil, or gasoline, diesel-free vehicles? Is that still an impact on us?
It's still coming through. They're trying to think most of that legislation where like food scraps,
Yeah.
had language that was put in, as long as you're under 25,000, you don't have to implement it yet. So the joke is with Eric, we're shutting her down at 24,999.
No more permits.
But it's got stuff in there that makes you as a region develop, I mean, it's great to go collect it. I can go get a contract, they have to put another can and collect it. There's nowhere to take it. So now as a region, you gotta come up with a regional, some type of facility to handle all this.
It just seemed like my recollection was that was gonna be a pretty extreme cost if it had.
It is absolutely, and without forethought from the state of where this stuff goes.
You're only at 25,000 in 16 years.
Or mandating recycling, and there's not a market for it. So it's, those are stuff that common sense just not playing out enough, so.
Roscoe, and some of your comments you made in regards to the challenges with DOT and ecology, is there anything else that you would like to
I
add
mean,
to that?
Some of it's, I don't wanna blast just the state, but
No, that's okay.
it seems like the federal government comes down with a rule. The state wants to one up what's at the federal limit, or they seem to want to one up California. If it's good for California, then we can outdo California. We can one better it. I mean, the latest one is lead and copper. We do lead and copper and whatnot. Now the feds have come down and they are concerned about the private line from our meter to somebody's house. That's private. I don't have any documentation of what it is. Oh, so guess what I get to do? I get to go figure out how many of those I don't have documented, which is 1,300. And I statistically got to go out and pothole on private property in the easement to see what somebody's private line is so I can report it. And it's open due the end of October. They didn't ask me if I had anything else going on. And again, what are they going to do with this data? They're going to develop regulation on making me probably go replace people's private lines to their house that we don't have. It's crazy.
But
And then we'll have liability.
Yeah,
And it'll come with a deadline.
illegal.
So it's crazy, the stuff that comes down and
It's illegal till they change it.
touch a little bit on what kind of dog and pony show you had with the ecology and the Quad City water rights. How many days, weeks it took you to sort that one out? I mean, this is
Trying to
on
give
top
you
of the
excited.
day, this is on
Trying to
top
give
of the
you
day-to-day operation. You got all the stuff these people gotta do, and then boom.
the most basic thing to do with a water right is you've already got the piece of paper that allows you to take it out of this hole. Because that's in the same aquifer, and you can go through, not ecology, you get to go through the local Benton County Water Conservation Board. To say, also like to take this piece of paper, this water right, not out of just that hole, I wanna do it out of this hole. Most basic thing you can do with a water right, goes to the Conservancy Board, they file the thing, says, yep, looks good, you gotta sell them the well log and all, I mean, it's a quite a bit of packet to go through. And then it goes to ecology and they have 60 days to review and say, yeah, we concur with their findings. And after 60 days, you get the normal 30-day extension because ecology staff, you might just give them 90 days, but they ask for the next 30 days. And then I get a call that says, we don't think it's in the same body of aquifer, the same subbasin. It's got a typo on the quarter section. And you didn't go through SEPA. Again, when you transfer water right, if I would have done them, there was actually 2 water rights, but they limit you to a total of 2,250. So if I done each water right individually, I'd have done the threshold, but because I did them both, I was asking for 2,800. So they were basically asking ecology or the conservancy board to render the whole decision null and void. Now granted, we're into the 6 months now. Based on those things, that was, critical fault. So takes 2 weeks to set up an appointment, get all 8 of the ecology people on a Zoom call to walk through and like, no, you can modify the conservancy board decision to correct the typo on that. I said, the well only does 1,000 gallons, so limit it to 2,250. Again, it's something within your purview. And issue the deal. Oh, and by the way, you're wrong on the sub-basin, and here's our hydrologist. Because again, who I'm dealing with ecology isn't even a licensed hydrologist that's coming up with these findings. And so I've got my 2 licensed, that, great, you've got a degree and from wherever, a bachelor's degree, but you're not licensed, so, take it. And so we get that done. And then so the record of examination, the ROE gets issued 3 weeks later, and all of a sudden, those things we talked about in there are corrected. But now they tie this new groundwater right to in-stream flows in the Columbia River, and that they can be curtailed because somehow they think it's supplemental to the Quad City water right without understanding the full context of the whole issue. So I got to go spend, I don't know how much, I had to go educate them
Days.
on a 2002 lawsuit against Ecology, asking if they wanted to relitigate that. Because once they issued the ROE, the decision's already been made at Ecology, and they said it's an act of God to get Ecology to admit they have a mistake and issue a supplemental. Typically, their staff's idea is sit back and sue me, go to the Pollution Control Hearing Board and prove me wrong. So I don't know how many phone calls I've had to make with Ecology and walk their staff through the history of the last 25 years of the Quad City water right and all the, 2002 settlement agreement, 2003, or 2011 memorandum of understanding, and then the water rights, how they were issued in 2018 to finally get that corrected. But the amount of time it took, just because some junior staff at Ecology has a different, I don't know if I'm thinking they're saving the world or what the deal is, but it's across the board and it's exhausting to try to do it. And bottom line is, had that stayed, we have a $4 million hole at Flat Top Park, there's no water rights to pump out of there. So, because some junior guy reads something different, but doesn't know the context of it, so Brandon got me on. But that was my world, and that's just well 2, because I'm gonna have a similar fight on well 3 because of some meeting methods they want to limit our QA on that well because of the same junior hydrology, unlicensed hydrologist got some law.
And I picked on Roscoe because he's not the only one that's suffering from these things. State mandates, IT, planning,
This is how,
police, all of it is dealing with the same things.
this is how the Soviet Union collapsed. Just a snarky comment, that's
I
true.
mean, John, but the bad thing is, if I wasn't the city and had the last history. of the
Oh, yeah, right.
Ecology would have stole those water rights back from us
Yeah.
with those curtailments.
Yeah.
And so I'm just thinking of all the farmers that are doing it too,
Can't imagine.
filling their water because they don't have the history with it or there's new staff. It's common sense is gone.
To replace the hydrologist.
So
Okay. All right. Now, Roscoe's blood pressure and pulse rate decreases a little bit. We'll go to a happy sunshine.
but I did win. I did win with them. I did issue a supplemental. Admitted they were wrong and now it's an internal fight between Ecology Central Region and Ecology's office at Columbia River now fighting.
Yeah.
I was in the office in Roscoe's office when you got the call, and you ever seen the happy dance?
You just do it that way.
Yeah.
So,
They didn't have to sue you. You admitted you were wrong. Stephanie, and then risks and increased risk, insurance costs, potential litigation with public records. I mean, it's your turn.
Well, I think something that the city is always going to be concerned with is as everything changes, and as you can tell from Aaron's budget presentation earlier, that we don't have money to add staff. So that just means more regulations, more mandates, and more things on people's plates, which is opportune for the states. That's opportunity for missed deadlines. That's the result of that. And with that comes increased lawsuits and costs to the city that we clearly don't have money already to experience. So it's sort of a big catch 22. We've seen dramatic increases in our insurance costs, which is not thankfully for West Richland due to our claim history. It's just to the nature of the cost of insurance these days. And we don't have the funding to pay for what will happen if we start having additional claims, when we start experiencing lawsuits. And I think that that's sort of the unspoken risk of what we're experiencing here. Like on the ground level, we're saying we don't have money to pay for X, Y, and Z, but there's this whole looming sad cloud out there of this is the result of that. And it's just, it's a perpetual cycle of like reduced service and risk. So, sorry, I wasn't happy news. It was sad. Watch out, you might get sued. But it's a reality. Selena and I sat through our audit with WCIA, and although we've been lucky, and I will say that we've been lucky that we haven't experienced things that other cities have experienced, we are unfortunately on the cusp of experiencing it here. So, these one-man departments, we're doing our best to say CYA, but that's only gonna cover us for so long. So I think Brad can probably piggyback on not necessarily risk as far as legal risk, but
Yeah, I would like to piggyback on that just a little bit, not to steal your thunder in any way, shape, or form, but from a cyber perspective, you look at, and she said, we've been lucky. Well, we are all over work and kind of in a critical mass state. We just have so much files on our plate, mandates change, and like I was saying, from a cyber perspective, there's new vulnerabilities that come out, new mandates we need to patch for our SCADA systems and other things. Mitigating the risk is what we try to do on a day-to-day basis. But at the end of the day, if we are hacked, we have neighbors in our backyard. I mean, City of Richland, the school district, their systems were breached. When we look at what that cost them from attorney's fees, from remediation costs, from, the list goes on and on, really. Those are things that we don't budget for. Those are gonna be something that's gonna hit us really, really hard. Again, I'm a one-person team, I'm trying to do all that I can to keep the lights on, keep everybody's computers going, but these are the things that are kind of overlooked as far as what could happen, whether it's lawsuits or whether it's a breach of some sort. So
Stephanie, touch base on the reduced coverage of liability for cyber breaches with WCIA.
yeah, so a trend over the last probably 4 or 5 years, is that because of the number of claims that our insurance pool has experienced, they're not able to find insurers to reinsure them. So we all pay money into a pool and we insure ourselves, but as those claims happen, they seek insurance for the pool itself, and there aren't companies that are willing to insure us because of the risk associated with coverage for cyber events. And I mean, a cyber event's hundreds of thousands of dollars that, we don't have that much coverage for just because of an inability for an insurance company to cover it.
And I'll touch base on that a little bit more too, is we do an annual cyber audit with WCIA, and it's a huge questionnaire. And I go through it every year, I fill out all the stuff, and it's kind of like a to-do list reminder for myself. Oh, there's this vulnerability, or there's this, and then put these mitigations in place, and we need to do this, and on that, whatever those things look like. But then they come back at the end of the year, and I believe Selena knows, and I worked with her, they put you in one of 2 tiers. And I believe the highest tier, I think it's $500,000.
Yeah,
It's either $500,000 or 250,000, I can't
I
remember.
think the highest.
I think the highest is $500,000 and maybe 250 and then 100. And unfortunately, I think there was 80-something% of Washington cities fall into the lowest tier. So if we did have a cyber event, the most the insurance company is going to give us is $100,000. And I don't know the numbers of what it costs our neighbors down the street who had these incidents recently. But I know that's not even a drop in the bucket.
And they were down for the whole summer.
Yeah.
Can you imagine that it occurred during school time?
In Brett, we talk about our senior staff. Aaron will tell you, all our financial records are public. So they know exactly how much is in the bank, which is a lot. And,
Right.
yeah, so it makes us vulnerable. Yeah,
So they can wipe you.
yeah. Which,
So Lee,
well, I was gonna hit on,
Okay.
piggyback, so he's gotta keep the city safe, server and the cash in the thing. And what's that doing is one man thing, and this is kind of, we're talking about the utilities adding bodies and stuff. The day-to-day help I need, he doesn't have time for it. When he's gotta make a decision, oh, I got a new patch I gotta put in because the whole city servers, that means my engineers, when they have an IT problem, isn't getting help. He has to prioritize that. And it's dropping the level of service for people trying to do the day-to-day deals. Or an officer has a problem with his laptop that he needs to go out in the field, but it doesn't work. He can't communicate. So it's putting him in a bad spot to try to service it. And it's one of those things, at some point, you gotta add another body because one person can't get there. And there's not, I don't know if we can contract out. I mean, we tried that with Ben RA and it doesn't work great. So
yeah, and how many years you been here now? 3?
Almost there.
Almost 3 years. And in 3 years, if Brad wasn't here, in the 3-year time, we'd already been.
we've been on the front page.
we'd been- Yeah, front page, Tri-City Herald, we, yeah. Poster child of what not to do.
We've been the state auditor telling us we shouldn't be on the internet. Probably should just do everything in paper.
Paper, yeah. Selena?
Just to touch on what Stephanie said, we have an extremely low claims count, work comp liability. We have about a third less claims than the actuary at WCA anticipates we should have for our size and our worker hours. So we're doing very well. There's no way that's sustainable. A lot of that is because of the conscientiousness of our employees. With our level of overwork, it's simply not going to allow that anymore. And for the last 10 years, we haven't had those big lawsuits that other states have. That is going to happen. And we do not have any budget for that. From an HR perspective, paid family medical leave has extremely hurt our staffing. People used to take, the number of employees taking FMLA has increased by 4 times. And that's just the amount of employees. That's not the amount of time they take. When a male employee had a baby, they used to take about 2 weeks off. Now they take 12 weeks off. And we have a lot of positions that are one-person positions. So when we have a building inspector or a project engineer, which we only have one of each of those, and they now take 12 weeks off, that puts a lot of strain on that department. And that mandate has really hurt our employees a great deal. Because we're already understaffed, and now you take somebody out for 12 weeks, and just the amount of employees that are utilizing that now. The increase,
The way the states set up that program,
yes.
there's a certain threshold that a lot of them can get their full paycheck from the state and take 12 weeks off. So there's really no incentive to come back early.
So we're gonna roll into the budgetary challenge. It's, we're already behind. Everybody knows that. You've heard it. And what hasn't been funded. We'll try to catch up, with our time frame here, wrap this one up at about 11:40. We'll start with Roscoe and his pavement preservation, parks, deferred maintenance, unfinished municipal services facility. Your blood pressure is down. Now it's gonna rise back right up here.
So we talked about the day-to-day stuff, but what's the stuff out there that's not getting done and what's piling up? You saw it with the park plan. And again, this is a $2022, $3.2 million of deferred maintenance growing. The plan was to budget $600,000 per budget cycle. Basically, we're gonna get that backlog down over the next 12 years. And council actually budgeted $200,000, which may have not even kept up with the inflation. So we still may have more than $3.2 million. We talk about what staff trying to do with that. They're trying to get nonprofits out here, day of service coming out to do that. It's still not gonna make up the difference. What it's doing is making my exempt employees come in after hours on weekends to get park benches fixed or to weed, community garden. It's not, maybe doing some painting, but the big items that are in there aren't getting done with volunteer labor. It's unskilled labor, but it's helping, and that's what our staff's doing, but it's becoming the norm, not the exception, which is a problem. That 3.2 of parks for maintenance doesn't include all the ADA, from our ADA, Parks ADA transition plan. That's another big document that has that. We're trying to double dip on some of those. Some of them are in the deferred maintenance, not all of them. So they're working on that. But again, that's a big issue there when we talk about staff. And, you know, again, the consultant said need 7 bodies. We had 1.3. Is it truly 1.7? I think we've added some efficiencies. We don't have seasonal, managing seasonal. And that's helped with productivity. We've added 1.3. So is it 7? Is it 1.3? No, it's somewhere in the middle. But it's definitely not what we've got. And again, we've got another park coming, another 5-acre park coming in that'll take another one. So the budget, you've got 3. The next budget cycle has another one. The park plan talks about getting all the little bits and pieces of parks out of my department, Eric's department, you know, Stephanie, and actually have a parks department and actually has a park and rec, rather than just a parks department that is mowing. So a lot going on there that we're not keeping up with. Street pavement preservation utility committee, you probably heard this a billion times. But for the benefit of everybody, we got a problem with our streets. And again, the only designated funding for that is real estate excise tax, sale of vacant property, sale of new homes, and the sale of existing homes. Brings in about $325,000 a year. So we take that $325,000 plus the $2.5 million in the REAP fund, throw in a couple TID grants of $250,000. That's about, over the next 6 years, $4.3 million worth of investment. Sounds good, sounds great. No, that means our PCI, if we keep that continued level of funding, our roads are gonna go from a 76 down to a 69. So we're now, a few years ago, when we did start this thing, 2013, we were at 82. And now we are, you can kind of see the curve, it's flattening, and now we're on the dive. You know, on the steep end, and it'll continue to get worse. In 2031, after we put that $4.3 million investment into it, we'll have $18 million worth of deferred maintenance in our streets. So, problem. And that will increase.
Did you say that you're gonna be short 14 million?
18 million of deferred maintenance in streets. After we invest just the 4.3 at current level. It's 6 years. So 2031, beginning of 2031, we'll have $18 million deferred pavement preservation. That doesn't count the 340 wooden streetlight poles in Bird Hill area that have outlived their useful life. I think we've tried to put money in the street fund, 100,000 a year, start replacing those. A lot of those are wired to the hot side of residential meters with buried Romax. So it needs new wiring. And we haven't funded any of that. So even at 100,000, it's a $2 million problem. Those poles aren't gonna last 20 years. So we've got a real issue with those poles. And then lastly, the unfinished municipal service facility that we built in 2017. We had that facility was for maintenance. And unfortunately, what got cut was $2 million of maintenance. So there's lean-tos, 2 large lean-tos, storage facility, paving, storm drains in the back, all that was cut out, over $2 million. Problem is in today's dollars, I bet you it's 8 to 10 million. But the understanding was, we'll work on it and we'll get it caught up and get that completed. We haven't spent a dime since 2017. It continues to get cut. And the perception to my maintenance crew is, we didn't have any money, but we found $1 million in the general fund to add the finance wing. Now, then you look at the police station, different process, revenue bond, whole different thing. But look what they got everything that they needed, plus a few other things that were on the wish list that there was money left over to do. So it leaves a bad perception that, again, the maintenance guys are left out because everything that was cut was on their side when it was supposed to be a maintenance facility. But, you know, and I'm not going to blame council because the architect told us we're on schedule, on budget, so the bids came out. But when we were 2 million over, we didn't cut the council chambers. We didn't cut the community development out of the project. What we did is cut the maintenance offices and put them up in the mezzanine, which was supposed to be storage. We cut their storage, we cut their pavement, we cut their lean-tos. you know, and that was the basis of the project. So, that's an issue. And here we are, another budget cycle, 25, 26. When that hasn't been done, and the park plan talks about building a facility to house Park and Rec. Before we even finished the original one. So anyway, I got more, but we'll be here all day. So I'll move it on to somebody else.
Yep, Jared, so you're cuffing them and stuffing them, so.
Dropping them, stuffing them, yeah. I already talked about how we're down to 1.2, so with that comes, increased crime rates. We were down in 2022. 9.3% in 2021, and then 2023, we increased up to 15.5%. So we went up 15.5%, in 2023. All the other local jurisdictions, Pasco went down 12.9, Kennewick went down 5.2, Richland went down 16.3. As far as individual crimes, weapons violations were up from 4 in 2022 to 16 in 2023. The 300% increase. Simple assaults were up from 55 to 96. Is almost a 75% increase. No contact order violations from 19 in 2022 to 52 in 2023, which is a 173% increase. Narcotic violations up from 22 in 2022 to 34 in 2023. Along with all of that, with our growth comes the inability from the other local jurisdictions that have been basically carrying us. With ICAC, which is the Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force. They're now wanting us to take over a lot of that stuff in our department. We don't have anybody in-house that does the computer forensics or the cell phone dumps for child pornography, child rapes, anything like that. So we've been farming that out to the other jurisdictions. But they've also got their own crimes that they have to worry about. So now we're always being put on the back burner on those crimes. So that's something that we're gonna have to start picking up. Registered sex offenders, Benton County's been doing that for us, tracking all the registered sex offenders. That's gonna be coming back to us shortly. So that's just more stuff that's coming in, that's gonna be put on our police department that we haven't been doing in the past several years. So there's more stuff getting added on us, basically.
Why does the county feel like they can't continue that service? They've always done it. I can understand the other municipalities giving it back, right?
We did it, probably 10, 11, 12 years ago. We did it, and then county took over when we didn't have a detective. We had a role, and then so they took it back over. And then we just never took it back from them.
It's supposed to be a temporary help.
Yes.
Oh, okay. So we've been doing well.
Yeah, and they have higher needs too with the growth, you know, because we are in the county. You know, so there's a lot of growth outside our city limits that's county populous as well.
Don't they track sex offenders in all of the cities right now on the county website? I happen to have a friend who pinged me on this just a couple of weeks ago, so curious.
I think they put them on their website, but as far as tracking and contacts and resident verifications and placement, all that stuff, falls to that also. Okay.
Does DOC fall into that category? They don't make a deal with it.
They do, when a sex offender gets released from prison, sometimes they will do their own classification as far as 1, 2, or 3 for the level of sex offender. But if they don't, then it falls to the jurisdiction, so.
And the workload that we've got right now with the detective is the highest we've seen in recent years.
Yeah, yeah.
Do you feel that the increase of these is all population related, domestics, weapons, no contacts?
Definitely possible.
It's all population related, so the more and more we grow, the more and more issues you're gonna have and the needs.
Yeah, a lot of those needs aren't related to the law changes. Obviously, car theft and stuff like that was, but these crimes here, the weapons violations, the sex crimes, the no contact road violations. And that's a lot of it, actually.
Struggle with growth. Brad, we're gonna roll up to you. Baseline security and safety of the city's data, where you come from in a short period of time and the challenge you have moving forward.
Yeah, mine won't be too extensive, but really there's a lot of new mandates, for different ways that we store our data. Keeping data at rest encrypted, encrypting traffic, things like SCADA and sewer. These mandates they come from way higher up at the state level. State auditor's office, we've had conversations about it. We've done a small audit with them, and we're gonna kick off another one that was similar to my position being open up here. It'll be more intuitive and more in depth. It'll be kicking off in January. To try to really get all of our technology. I'll use the word up to speed, where we struggled in some areas. And Ross kind of touched on it, where a lot of my time is getting directed towards that, and there's a lot of other things, there are a lot of pitfalls and other people that need day-to-day help as we add employees, as we add technology as a city, whether it be tablets and iPhones or laptops and cars. The technology is ever changing, and it's always getting, it always needs a little bit of help. I mean, everybody here has a job where I'm sure you guys have technology needs as well. But it continues to expand, and the end users are feeling the crunch. The level of service, I try to keep it as high as I possibly can to get to everybody's needs, but I have to prioritize and shift my priorities every single day, to, from patching servers and making sure that we're adequately up to speed on the mandates and the vulnerabilities are patched on this piece of technology, as well as, hey, I can't print, or I can't get this application to work. So it's a day-to-day struggle of where to spend my time and my focus. That's kind of where IT is really feeling the crunch right now. Is as one person, I can only go so many directions in the allotted time that I'm here. And that definitely rolls over into getting phone calls on the weekends, in the evenings. And I can't ever really find time for myself to disconnect, to turn my phone off, to go on vacation, because everything's configured kind of under my wing. And so it'd be real nice to find a person that I could bring up to speed to be able to turn the phone off once in a while. The other thing that I really truly struggle with is being able to stay up to date on keeping all my certifications current, with training and taking classes and taking trainings and stuff like that. That stuff has kind of been off the table since I've been here, just because I can't allocate the time to take courses, to study, and to take the tests. And these things are, in my opinion, are super important from an IT perspective, because technology is ever changing. We all know that.
I just had a question, example. So Brad's in the middle of something, and my water department does meter reading. They're having a problem with the tablet. They can't get the meter reads done. Brad's in the middle of something else, but they gotta wait. Well, they've got a deadline to get all those meters read, so it goes to utility billing, because they've got a short window to turn that data around, to print out the bills and get those out of time. So one little hiccup all the way through messes up the department. It means my guys are typically out reading meters on overtime, and then it puts a crunch on utility billing to get their stuff done. And it's not Brad's fault, it's just, he's got something to take care of that he can't fix that. And that's just, it seems like we've kind of been spoiled on the level of service, but it's, as we have added employees, those day-to-day little things have become more and more frequent, and it's causing issues with just the day-to-day operations. And it just kind of spiraled between the departments not being able to get stuff done.
it really goes back to the three main circles in the interior staff, and three small departments, myself, Stephanie, and Stina. And the impact is as these other departments and projects grow that these other people have discussed in this meeting. As they get more and more and more, they need more technology, they need more help from Selena's side. There's more people that have disagreements. There's more public records requests, there's more technology needed that needs to be configured and maintained and kept updated, et cetera, et cetera. It just puts more of a burden on the three interior departments.
Yeah, the me, myself, and I people are the ones that are feeling the biggest crunch in regard to all of the challenges that we're having with our growth. Besides being a full-time dad, single parent, you know, I commend you for what you do and taking the extra mile and pick that phone up on the weekends and evenings. Just, I'm guilty of sin, so thank you. But, and then, you know, that's a good segue into Selena, you know, and what she does to attract and retain our employees. You know, a non-budgetary challenge such as flex times, schedules, Viva peers, longevity for vacations, wellness program, you know. She's doing the work of multiple employees, and losing an individual such as her with the institutional knowledge is absolutely devastating. You couldn't replace her or any of the me, myself, and I departments with any more than less than 2 or 3 people. It's unbelievable. So, you know, let you.
And yeah, following up on that, you have some very key positions, people that have been around long term with some great institutional knowledge. We have a retirement schedule we keep track of. The couple budget cycles out, there are some key positions that will definitely be replaced with some people. When Roscoe retires, we'll need a director and a deputy director. He has a city engineer which produces such a huge quantity of work, we can either take projects off the board or we can hire 2. Ilka definitely does the work of 2 people. And these retirement schedules will be one right on top of the other, months to 1 year apart. And we're already behind on our FTE count, and it's already really painful. And to look at what we're gonna need to do in a couple budget cycles, it's gonna blow up.
That all?
I said it really fast because I'm looking at the time.
And that's the other part of me, myself, and there's the I, Stephanie.
I guess the only thing I have to add is that probably for the last, I mean, I came here in 2020 and to be perfectly honest, I came from being a clerk treasurer and I thought, man, what am I gonna do with just being a city clerk? But I can tell you that in these 4 years, my workload has grown exponentially, and probably last year towards the end of the year, it's the first time I came to Selena and said, I don't know how this is all gonna get done. And part of that, I mean, Brad was hired and took a lot of that off my plate, but the increase in records requests, body worn camera stuff, I mean, just citizen requests just for normal day-to-day things. I mean, we have more meetings. I mean, with every meeting, all of those canvas meetings, you know, typing out the meeting minutes for that, you know, there's a lot of public comments to include in there. You know, agenda management, we got a new website. I mean, it's just more and more. And I mean, I can attest that we're operating right now at the expense of our people. And I'm not just talking about like the one-man departments. I mean, Roscoe comes in on his Friday off all the time. I know Aaron's in and out all the time. I mean, like, I can see when people are logging in once they go home. We can see the extra time that people are putting in, and that's just not sustainable. And we see all these added jobs and requirements, and at some point, we're gonna break. And seeing now that we don't have funding to add people, like, it's critical mass. That's where we're at. We gotta do something. And it's hard. It's literally at the expense of Brad working every day and still trying to, you know, have a home life and get away every once in a while. Selena, she comes in on the weekends, like, just to catch up. So, I mean, that's just not a sustainable way to operate.
And a lot of people ask me, why are we having this budgetary meeting workshop this time of day? You've just heard why. These people need a night off too. Their workload, their work schedules, I appreciate you guys taking the time from your schedules to come in and do what you're doing here. But it's a fine balancing act with our staff right now. And it is at a critical mass and it is at a breaking point. And you know, it's heartbreaking to see that our growth is going so well, but our growth is causing the impacts of our general fund and our ability to provide services and bodies to, you know, do the jobs that need to be done. So it's challenging for sure. So we're gonna go ahead and roll on to, what time we got here? We got 11:48. Yeah, we found out technology. He's good at that technology stuff. So we'll go with Brad, Jared, and then Celine on our budgetary challenges with technology.
One thing that, I mean, just to kind of fall back on what I've already stated was it costs money to keep all of our systems online. When I came in, about 3 years ago, a lot of the equipment was extremely outdated, underkept. In contact with Benton REA, where they were the technical lead on a lot of the stuff. I won't get specific, but there were things that should have been updated a lot more often, and I started in 2021, and the last time it had been updated was April of 2017. That leaves 4 years of vulnerabilities and unmitigated risk to us that could have been exploited at any given time. And when I say shut the lights off, I mean, we have 86 employees who wouldn't be able to do anything from email to writing a Word document to being able to print a piece of paper to make payroll. I mean, the list goes on and on. We've been able to find, we had a budget amendment that went through shortly after I started to get some new servers and to upgrade some of that stuff. Selena touched on, you know, looking at the retirement schedule and that's looking like. There's a lot of other city IT equipment that I'm working on putting a full list together and coming up with dates of end of life for these pieces of equipment. But that's gonna be another big hit that's gonna come to the budget when that's done is, you know, putting a full schedule of computer IT related networking equipment into a replacement schedule that we don't currently have. And I'm not trying to make it all doom and gloom, but these are all things that, you know, I'm looking at from my perspective. And then I'm trying to find, you know, then I'm gonna have to have some consulting help to ensure that we don't have a huge outage when we do start replacing some of this stuff. Benton REA is out of the consulting business. I'm looking around town. I've worked with some other vendors, got some quotes on some things. I'm still piecing all that stuff together. Obviously, that's not gonna hit this year's biennium budget that we're talking about today, but these are also more things that just add on to the pile from everybody else's perspective. So I think that it's kind of the, and again, one other thing I wanted to note on that was if we start using outdated equipment, that puts us at more risk, that puts us get exploited and what's that gonna cost. Right here.
I was gonna say, in general, like our jobs have become more dependent on technology. We're constantly adding technology. And so in a way, it makes us more efficient, but it also piles on this other side and it opens up to risk in some way. But literally every job is becoming more dependent on technology.
Yeah, and I don't think that it's looked at often enough of the cost of that, right? Like, sure, it's saving us time in manpower and the amount of time it takes them to do a task because they have this. But to keep to purchase it, to get it configured, to keep it up to date, you know, to do it properly costs money and it costs time. And that's one thing that really hits my department directly, especially the time that it takes to configure all these devices proper way and get them out in the field to be useful.
Jared?
Yeah, segueing into that. Patrol uses their laptops, obviously every day, for dispatch calls, but also for doing collision reports, which are through sector. We don't do paper ones anymore, same with citations, that's all on the laptops. I think we're at end of life for our current laptops. So I don't know if it's daily, but it is quite often that Brad is having to work on our laptops. Guys are coming in and saying, hey, my laptop's not working, it's doing A, B, or C, and then Brad's got to spend several hours doing that, and then, like Roscoe said, he calls and says, hey, our tablet's down, we can't do that, and Brad's working on something else, and then my guy's like, hey, my laptop's down, you know, I can't go out there and patrol, we can't see what my dispatch calls are. Back in the day, we used to be dispatched and we would, right, this was our computer, right? But dispatch is down 13 people now, so they don't have the time to give everything out over the radio. They can't run every single person that we come in contact with over the radio because they have several different agencies using the same channel. So the laptops is a fundamental part of policing nowadays with all that technology. Same with radios, right? We're getting towards the end of our radios. They've got LTE now for better coverage. They finally encrypted the SWAT channel, so not everybody with a cell phone can listen to that, right? There's apps where you can just listen to calls. It's been tossed around now about encrypting dispatch and data and those different channels. So obviously that's going to cost extra money. The newer radios that we've gotten have already come flash, so they're ready to be encrypted. But we keep our current radios, and regionally, if they decide to do that, we'll have to flash on those radios, which is obviously more funds. So.
And as the BCES increases their technology and security, they're not gonna pay for it themselves, we're gonna pay for it.
Oh, yeah.
Each city is gonna get their cost. On top of it.
And I don't know if with all this new stuff coming down with the new towers and all that stuff, the big five are paying big lump sums. I don't know if any of that's gonna filter down to us or not. You probably have a better idea.
Eventually it will, but they're the big five. Big five is Richland, Pasco, Kennewick, Franklin County, Benton County, they call them Big Five. And they are the owners of the system, we're the users of the system. But like anything else is everything is built, is brand new. Those percentages of costs are gonna be filtered down to the users as well. But, we've dodged the bullet with one of the individuals thinking that we should all be, members and pay our fair share. But, fortunately, we were able to ward that off and we're just gonna be users for now on, but it's gonna be a monetary impact for a period of time. Do you have something, John?
Yeah, so, I hate to add fuel to the fire here, but it's been my experience that for one person departments where you're already overworked and you're already spending occasional weekends or time after 40 hours to complete all your tasks, and you're asking for another individual to help you. Bad news is that extra individual will not double your capability. That extra individual will give you the equivalent of somewhere between, depending on their experience, between 60 to 80%, maybe 90% if you're very lucky, of another individual. So to really get a doubling of capability, I hate to say it, but it's highly likely it would take two more, not one. Because you'll spend your time taking up, first of all, relieving all the extra effort you're putting in now. And then another big chunk of your time managing the person that comes in, which, like I said, if you're lucky, might only take 10% of your time. But if it's kind of diminishing returns up until you get to a point where you have a department where you've got a half a dozen staff and your full-time job is managing staff anyway. So the police department, I would estimate that if you had another staff member, piece of cake, right? I mean, because you're already managing a dozen people.
I'll disagree with that.
Okay, well, that's been my experience.
I will say I have I have 7. Yeah, I work like I am producing. And I think that's, and even Roscoe here, like we're not just
Yeah,
managing.
you're producing as well, right? But I wasn't saying that you weren't.
I
I'm just
know, I'm
saying that the
saying.
amount of time that you're gonna get from an additional staff member
Mhm.
is not really a full staff, not really a full FTE.
Yeah,
because you're gonna spend part of your time managing that person.
In the perfect world, Brad would be asking for two people.
Yeah,
We
I
understand,
just saying.
realize that bringing two people to the request table would be laughed at.
I'd be thankful and blessed if we could have one person for each of me, myself and I, so they could go on vacation. So they could
Yeah.
go home and leave the phone off, take care of daughter when it's time to go play. Or Stephanie goes to the school functions to not have the phone ring. And Selena just gets her beauty rest. So,
So a quick calculation, given maybe 5,000 rooftops, is that for, a new staff member added to the city is gonna cost each rooftop about $50 a year for $4.16 a month. And that's assuming that they're similar to a police officer. I don't know the exact number, but I'm using a number of $250,000 a year for a staff member with all the benefits and costs and so forth. If it's less than that, then this price is even reduced. I've heard estimates as low as 150K. I've also seen numbers that work out to be closer to 250. I don't know where it is. But I just want to make a statement that for each staff member we add to this department, or one of these departments, maybe is on the neighborhood of $50 a year per rooftop. And for the street deferred maintenance cost over the course of, how many years was that? 7 years. Again, with 5,000 rooftops, that's $73 per year per rooftop. That a citizen or a resident would have to pay to make up that deficit. Just when real numbers behind it, frankly, it doesn't seem like that much when you look at it that way. That's $4.16 a month per staff member and $6.08 a month for street deferred maintenance.
I would argue, John, if those numbers are not that great, when we consider that West Richland has the highest household income in the region, has the highest per capita income.
Yeah.
And has the highest real estate values within the region. I think we may need to turn to our public to consider paying the price to maintain the level of service they've enjoyed.
That's why I cited those prices.
and then after lunch, that is a perfect segue into the next session. So let's go ahead and grab lunch and then we'll get into that
Glad
conversation.
I can contribute to that segment.
All righty, well, we're gonna go ahead and reconvene our meeting after lunch. Thank you, Jersey Mike's for, good lunch this evening. Cookies, muffins, anybody else muffins? No muffins? We're good?
I don't. Thank you.
All right. I'll just do.
You wanted to?
I'm hooked up on the floor.
It must have been, and then I put your sandwich on top of it.
Well, John did his calculations, got it figured out how much everybody's gonna throw in the kitty. So, thanks.
100 million piece?
Yeah.
Oh, John, yeah, well, once you recap what your statistic calculations are to get this all taken care of.
So on the second one, on the street preservation, or Roscoe, correct me on the terms, I was off by a factor of 7 because I multiplied by 7 years twice. So, or divided by 7 years twice. So he informed me it's closer to $600 per year per citizen if we want to make up the $18 million deferred over 7 years with 5,000 rooftops. So that actually is a pretty big expense in my book. Versus the, I think, $70 that I quoted. So I was off by a factor of 10 roughly, but the other one was the $50 per person, or no, per rooftop for each new staff member, $50 per year. Again, very rough numbers, so don't take these to the bank. They will just back in napkin sketch calculations.
You
So,
said 50 per year?
yeah, what do you think it is?
I
Well,
would
actually,
say
it was less.
Our request is 14 people.
people.
Yeah, so 50 times
Yeah,
14.
But they're not 250.
But they're not, but I was
Yeah.
going on 250,000 and I just looked at your documentation and it's closer to
wow.
probably an average of 170, maybe 150.
Yeah.
So
probably
it's-
150.
So we can do that rough number, but that's a good number to have. So what does that turn out?
So that,
So we'll divide that by 2. So total is about $350. So.
For rooftop on 500
Uh-huh.
or,
For 14.
we're all putting staff. Okay,
years.
here. So 350,
Yeah.
rough numbers. That's a hand wave.
Yeah, a total
Yeah.
handweight,
Yeah.
there's no real cut, I mean.
I mean, it's just to put it in perspective.
well, and that opens up the conversation for the solutions moving forward, so. Aaron has got 5 different points, or 3 different points, 4 different points we're gonna talk to, and, anything else that council or staff may have, come up with, so.
So, first of all, I gave you a lot of information in this second packet here. This is the revenue, it's all from the revenue guide that MRSC publishes. This is all available publicly. And it's called Revenue Guide for Washington Cities and Towns. This one was updated August of 2024. So it's a fairly recent document. It's a really great resource. I use it a lot. It gets into the RCWs that this references, and we've used it for a lot of research. But anyway, first of all, I included information on just regular property taxes, because one of the things I wanted to show you in this one is, our limit. Is our limit is $2.10. So if you look at this, it says page 20. If you look at page 20 there's the grid at the top. We do not have a library district. We do have a fire district. So that makes our state levy rate at $2.10. So I know I've been asked questions on where does this number come from, and it's all in here. It's a complex number. But that's kind of the background behind that. So that's the number we're really working for, is $2.10 is our max levy rate. Currently, our rate this year is for our general election is $1.14, I believe. I'm projecting that next year it'll be $1.18, so it's smidge more. But that's kind of gives us some where we have, because I really want to talk about a levy lid lift. So what a levy lid lift would do is it has to be voted by the people, and it would raise that 1% limit to, it would remove that for the time that it was voted. The last time we did this was 2017 for the library. This would be doing it, obviously we would have a package. I think that it's clear in here, like public safety and parks are like 2 of the big things that are not funded, as well as general services, IT, generally, that doesn't happen. So there's a bunch of information here. I'm not gonna read it through for you, but I wanted to provide it for you so you know what it would take. And then page like this is after the property tax. So this is my calculation. This is a very rough estimate for everybody. So this is Aaron's page. This is one that I created. And this is, you guys see this when we do the regular levy information every year. The county sends us our existing and our new construction and what we're currently taxing at. And then in here is that $2.10 requirement. But we have our highest lawful levy amount, which is the second yellow figure. So for that, it's $3,107,601. The most we can take next year is 1% above that. So we can take $31,076, and that is for existing homes. And then on top of that, we would figure out what the new construction is, so any new construction that came in this last year. The county will give us that information. I'm estimating it to be 67,702,000, just based on history and some trends. Who knows what it will actually turn out to be? And then I do the calculation of the last year's levy rate, and then you get that 77,000. So the total assessment can be 3.216. We share a portion of that with the library. So the general fund portion is $2,492,430. So that's kind of what's in the budget now. But the purple line there, that's the remaining we have to work with. So it's actually a pretty big number. That's an annual number. So we have a capacity of $2.4 million. So that is the difference between $1.18 and the $2.10. So it would be working, you probably don't want to take that full amount. In general, from what I've seen, is you don't go and ask for your max levy rate, because there is the potential that the values of homes will go down and not up. That happened in 2008, and a lot of jurisdictions really struggled. Not a lot, but the ones that kind of hit that max, because you are capped, so you don't get that growth. And if you build it so that you have growth, there's a potential. So anyway, this is my initial projection. Like I said, I have not actually received a preliminary from the county yet on what this is. This is really based off of me, so this is not set in stone. This is very much a draft. But with a levy rate of $1.18, you're looking at $473 for a $400,000 home. And I have questions.
So that's with the lower levy rate or the higher?
That's what it will be this next year,
No,
$1.18.
no action.
So, but with if you went the full amount. If you do that for what? So 92 cents. So it'd be about another $368 if you took the full amount.
In addition to the 473.
Yes.
We have a recommendation as to how far you would think we'd have to go.
I don't at this time. I'm basically, I think what we're doing today is like, here's some options that we're going to be looking at. Today is a very brief, high level view. My idea is that we would have workshops and work sessions on, there's a lot of factors that need to go into this number. And that's where we would determine it. So what happens as far as the timeline goes on a levy? What are we looking at? Because this isn't going to help next year's budget. This one actually has the potential to help 26's budget. If this were to get approved by the voters next year before November, or by November, I would essentially have time to bring this back to council and set the levy, and it would be effective for 2026.
There's been a conversation back and forth with Liz Loomis, if you remember, that she was the consultant that worked with the police station, in the voted bond for the police station. And, she has got a pretty, her firm's got a pretty positive, outcome, as far as their looking for what they've been able to, they have a 93% win record on ballot measures. So they're very effective in the solicitation of the citizens to promote the need for a ballot measure. So that'd be something to consider, that we're bringing a firm such as that into the conversation. Of course, it would come with a cost. She doesn't have the exact numbers or anything at this point, but that if you want to educate your people, citizens, you want to make sure that you have a third-party consulting firm that is neutral but thorough in their explanation of what kind of services you're going to return on the people's investment for a lift.
One of the things, this source also does for you, so, from my finance brain, this is our easiest, recommendation as far as, in terms of the flexibility it has, it's a sustainable source, which is what you need if you're hiring people, because I think you heard it this morning, people is what we need. And you cannot hire people when you don't have a sustainable source of revenue. This would be sustainable. This would be one that we could use. 2026, I think on that purple sheet here, it's, the requested salaries was just over $2 million. So something like this, it would help fund that positions. This one also has the least, like I said, least amount of restrictions and the least amount of extra work in terms of reporting and some of the other ones that we look at here in the future, like in a minute. But this was the most flexible, the most easy for my finance brain.
So we'll go to Mayor Pro Tem Brink and then back up to Councilmember Bloom.
The only comment I would make, just for everyone's information, is if we do consider, city council considers passing a resolution, put this on the vote, on the ballot for citizen vote. Timing is very important as well. As Aaron mentioned, of course, the delay, number one, in bringing in the funds and having the funds available. Number two, other competing levy limits. The school district is going to have a bond out very shortly. The fire district 4, is most likely going to seek a levy limit in 26, or they'll probably be early 26. So timing plays an important factor as well. Just wanted to bring that to everyone's attention.
Councilman Bloom?
Yeah, I'm sorry I'm late to the party, but I'm in a different situation. Did I miss a free lunch? Anyway,
No, it's coming out of council's budget.
oh, okay. Well, then I
We will be
beat the
back.
budget. The purple line, the remaining statutory limit, that's the income for the lifted levy?
That is the potential.
Potential additional.
And that is projected, that's not a set in stone number, that's just based on my 2025 projection.
Okay, and the other question, what was the cost of the ballot measure? What was the cost of doing a ballot measure?
We have not received the invoice as of yet. It should not be, I think when we originally talked, I gave you worst case scenario, we were the only item on the budget or on the ballot, and it would have been 70 to 75,000. We went into primary. We're sharing that cost with all those other things that were on that, so it should, I don't know, I don't want to throw a number out there, but it probably half at least, if not less.
Okay, the governor's covered that cost.
Yeah.
Something I mentioned that we might want to consider, the original proposal that was brought as far as legislative priorities last year was to basically move the 1% cap to a 3% cap, correct?
That is correct. It is still on there. It's on the back, right?
Yes, AWC in their priorities this year Councilmember Bloom is going to push once again for raising the 1% cap to 3%.
Well,
And
what
trying
I,
to incorporate as well councilmanic authority to make that change.
what I would suggest, if we do a levy lift, I mean, overall, you know, as far as the budget goes, a $2.5 million windfall would be, oh, we would go spend it all. No. Obviously we wouldn't, we as a
I don't think
council
you
said,
met me.
what?
I said, you must not have met me.
No, but I'm saying, the populace would say, well, why do they need $2.5 million? From what I understand, if we did come up with a proposed item to put on the ballot, I would like to limit our increase, overall increase. I mean, we'd have to raise the levy lid completely, but somehow restrict council to increase the levy amount by X%. So if it was a 5% per year max rather than a 1%, and you know, of taxes or something of that nature, much along the lines of what we were asking the legislator to do. Does that make sense?
No?
No?
No.
And so are you saying you want to, potentially go ask for the levy, lift,
Right.
like a larger dollar amount? And then once that's received, like continue to receive like a higher than 1% or to limit it to 1%?
No, to limit it to say 5% or not to exceed 10% increase. I mean, to proportion, we don't have to take the full levy lid.
To gradate it in.
And that's what I kind of said before, is like, there's, actually a lot of methods when you come to attack, a levy lid lift. You can do an incremental lift, so you can do it over several years. You can
Okay.
do, and maybe that's what sounds like maybe you're suggesting.
Yeah, that's what I was
is like
thinking.
You do a permanent one, but it's over several years where you step it up rather than taking it all at once. That actually is an option. But I think that like just kind of putting this out here and then having a workshop later on really going into those details, is where we're at. Like it's just kind of pushing it out there, because there's actually a lot that goes into this and a lot of, scenarios you can do. You can, if it's temporary, if it's permanent, which I would suggest it be permanent. You have that way, you have, kind of like John was saying earlier on the education part, like getting it out there, like showing that, you know, we're in need of officers, we're in need of park maintenance help, and this is going to help fund that, and like really getting into like what this is gonna be for.
Well,
That's where you use the consultant like Liz to, for the promotional aspect of it, as explanations as to why, what for.
okay.
Any other questions, comments?
Just say that it's one thing to promote the issue, which can be done very effectively because frankly, the voters are swayed by what they learn. So if you teach them the right things, right? You can get them to decide one way or another. I see this over and over again. I don't really, it tends to be, and no matter how unbiased you try to be, you're still the city. We are still the city asking for more money. And so we're certainly not going to go out there and say, yeah, you know, we think we should cut the police force in half, or, you know, do anything drastic to like reduce our expenses. But that's what I would like to see us do. I've got that in my note. On the education part, you know, what's the analysis of alternatives? The AOA, right? That's what we always do. What's the analysis of alternatives?
We lay people off.
And let's please document what that would mean. That's what I'm saying, is that like, this is your choice. You either lay people off, reduce your services, don't get first responders within a certain period of time. You don't have clean parks, et cetera, et cetera. What's the analysis of the alternatives, and let people know in that education process what they're going to be missing, right? If they don't ante up and pay for what's it ultimately, I mean, what we have here is we have an inflation rate that's far outpacing our tax capabilities.
What I don't wanna do is throw a fear factor at people either.
Well, I mean, no, but these folks are educated, they're realists, I think they can handle it. This is West Richland we're talking about. The highest paid per capita city in the Quad Cities. These are professionals. They can handle it.
Black and white
Well,
facts.
enough of them are, the ones that are voting probably, the ones that are paying a fortune in property tax, who care enough to go out and vote. I don't know, I shouldn't make generalizations, but just saying, I think it's only fair to lay out the problem in a workshop. Not a workshop, town hall meeting, right? Maybe we need a town hall to make sure that those that are curious or interested get the opportunity to learn both sides of the income expense equation. And because, you're gonna have people like me who are gonna come up first thing. My initial thought is, obviously you're spending too much,
Oh,
right?
uh-huh,
I mean, that is not an unpopular sentiment.
uncommon.
So if it's been analyzed and determined that no, we have cut it to the bone, then we need to make sure that that message is well communicated in some form or another, which we could talk about. But that's my point. Analysis of alternatives, like make sure that your customer knows what they're gonna get, what they're gonna give up, what the value for their dollar is, and what that means. It's pretty basic. If I go buy a car, I can buy a Hyundai or a Honda. And obviously the Hyundai costs less, it's used to. And I wanna know why should I buy a Honda?
And this is what Liz did for the police bond as well, so it's
So
nothing,
that's-
nothing different than what we would have to do, what we would do through this process. Point taken.
And to just, give some feedback on that, is that a couple months ago, John didn't know half of the statistics of the city that he probably should have, right?
Yeah, all that should be.
And you think about, what does that look like from a citizen's perspective? And what do they know and understand what we're doing? And I even heard it from John's mouth not too long ago that we may not have a budget problem, we might have a spending problem, right? And so I think there's gonna be that sentiment out there. If they don't understand everything that we've talked about today and the real problems that we have, and if there's a way that we can educate the people on those things, I think that will go a long way when we go out to ask for that levy limit or whatever it is we decide.
At the minimum, we need to be prepared to answer those darting questions as they come in, right? I mean, you might only have a dozen community members who care enough to ask the hard questions. But if you can't answer those with a logical balance sheet, then that just snowballs into a lot of misunderstanding and a lot of up climbing for those of us who think maybe the budget needs to be enhanced.
Well, and as we saw through the cannabis advisory vote, I mean, we've had the best turnout in any election in that vote. It was a 50% turnout from I looked at the 2020 census data on how many people were registered voters in West Richland or above, sorry, not registered, that were 18 years or older. It was 50% of those people. And so that's the best turnout we've had. And that's because the people that were behind it, the people that wanted the no vote, really got out there and pounded the pavement and got a lot of people to show up. And so I think that, to some of the points that have been made too, through that cannabis discussion, they said, come to us and ask us for it. If we can go to that same group and they can get behind it and push it for us too, they could really help push that vote through and help us accomplish. If they're educated, that goes back to that point, we need to educate them on what the problem might be.
I think part of it is people want to be educated, because I'll tell you, I've stood at National Night Out the last couple of years. This year we changed it up, we get the whole question. But I've stood there and nobody wants to talk about budget. They're not there to, nobody wants to hear it. They're like, numbers, no, go away, you're boring. And I'm just telling you, that it's very difficult from my perspective to educate. It's even hard to educate, like even in the discussions we've had, like kind of the understanding of the fund situation. Like, we're only talking about the general fund here. Yes, the city has a bunch of other funds, but some people don't understand that when you pay a water bill, that's not supporting your parks. I mean, in a roundabout way, it is because it's taxed, but like, it doesn't go to,
The whole piece of the pie doesn't go there.
no, it is to support your water utility. And that is by law, what it's allowed to support.
And out of your property taxes, out of each dollar of your property tax, it was 13 cents, I believe it is, 13 cents goes to city.
No, that's, I think you're thinking
Property tax?
sales tax. Property
Property
tax.
tax.
Property tax.
Property dollar.
Oh, yeah, if ever, like, cause Richland School District has like the 50% of it, and then, yeah, a portion of it.
That was actually gonna be my point, is that education to the public is where their property taxes go. So I know with Benton County just doing new assessments, that a lot of people have seen a dramatic increase in their overall taxes.
Yep.
But understanding the breakdown of where all of that money is going, I think is a really key point, because a lot of people just assume it's going all to the city. When in fact, we have like the smallest little chunk.
Yeah.
Small little shade in there.
Richard?
I just want to jump in there. The county just assessed me on a partially built house. Seriously.
Yeah.
The assessment includes a half, I don't know what percentage they get hit. But that's what the assessment for next year. I thought they would always hold out until you had the occupancy permit.
Thank you, Richard.
So, I'm sure we've done this, but just asking the question. Have we sent out in the utility mailer that pie breakdown of here's where your tax dollars are going?
Yes, we
I
have.
think we have, yeah, it's probably been a while. It's usually around budget time that we send that out.
I mean, I'm one of the 15 people that actually reads that flyer, and I'm pretty sure.
I'm pretty sure you're more, there's more liquid with that, because when I sent the survey out, everybody asked why I didn't see, it wasn't included in the utility notice for it.
So I'm sorry. No, I just have a very quick comment. I mean, I think to make it relatable, you'll notice how I'm always dividing the price by rooftops. That's i.e. the taxpayer. I think if you take your multi-million-dollar budget, whether it's in utilities or water, sewer, police, or overhead, their central fund, what do you guys call it? I'm sorry. General fund, yeah, I always call overhead, it's always overhead for us, but yeah, general fund. Take those numbers and break them down for monthly payments for the rooftop, right? I mean, that's, or for the $400,000 house, like you do in a year. I think that's what people, it seems strange to those of us who do math, but I always try to, but I think you need to make it relatable to people's budget, what they actually, what check they write every month, or what gets from their monthly mortgage account. That's just a thought. I'm just trying to, there's got to be a way to relate these expenses to people in a way that is meaningful to them.
Cut your drive-through coffee trips in half and you got it covered.
I literally think that that's like what you're talking
It's
about.
simple.
Yeah, that's what I'm
I
saying.
quit smoking, I just save how much, $8 a day.
Yeah, you're gonna have,
A budget saver.
cigarette, right?
not the fancy.
I mean, that's just another
You're spot on, both of you guys are spot on, it's about the transparency and the education as to why and what for, you know. Do we have a spending problem? I think we made it pretty clear today that we don't have a spending problem, we have an income problem, and their spending is, we're trying to keep up with the day-to-day operations of the city.
Well, I think it really started this last budget cycle with the way we gave you the information. We broke down what was specifically asked for. I gave it to you in the chart that said funded, not funded, deferred, does get shortened. And then again, in this one, I mean, you'll have the full one when it comes around. You just got a piece of it today for the general fund. But that was the point, is like starting to tell you a story of, this isn't a new act. These are acts year over year. We're doing without already, and now we're gonna go 4 years without.
So, when we get to this point, I have two major comments on this, but I don't know if we're there yet. Was there somebody else that was going to, there was floor open?
We can have it at the conclusion, or unless it's related to solutions,
Yeah, it is.
related to solutions, go ahead.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I wrote a bullet list of just points that I wanted to make. Some of them we've already discussed. You know, we have income versus expense. Number two, show that we've scoured the expenses. You know, can we reduce anything? Show that. Number three, document what we can deliver now with our current budget, like what are people getting for their money? Educate where the funds come from. I mean, there's a utility district and property taxes and
Just
sales
like
tax.
stuff you learned today.
Pretty much,
Yeah.
yeah. Project, have a comment about what business tax could do for us, right? Which might help explain to citizenry why we do some of the things we do. Develop, you know, a per roof contribution as a percentage of home value. In other words, get this down to something they can understand. Don't talk about millions of dollars, talk about how many $100 per month they're having to pay. Express what's not getting done right now. What is the deferred maintenance? What is the help that we need in this office or that?
And we'll have a little bit more of that conversation towards the end, so you guys will have a better idea of where we're at with things.
Express what's not getting done. Show how much these new regulations cost, all these mandates. Point it out, like, this isn't our fault, a lot of it. Some of it's coming down from on high, and we must comply.
I think some
How
of
much
that,
does that cost?
yeah, I think some of that is intangible costs.
We gotta take a stab at it.
Uh-huh.
You gotta take a stab at it. You can't just say, we don't know,
Mhm.
because they'll say, well, what if it's $5? Or is it $5 million? I mean, you gotta take a stab at it.
Yeah,
And tell them that it's just an estimate. It's impossible to estimate, but we think it might be.
but it's my accountant working at night on the weekend to
Yeah.
put that together,
Well,
you know,
cost it,
yeah.
cost it. And then this all adds up to an analysis of the alternatives. That's the one note. So. We'll hold off on the next.
Any more on levy live left? Okay, so I think another option that we have discussed at the previous council meeting as well as earlier today is a transportation benefit district. This one is a little bit more restrictive, but if there's some work that we're doing on the legislative side still, so would it help with pavement preservation? Absolutely. Will it help with the general fund portion and getting maintenance, like street fund maintenance out of the general fund? Potentially, that's what we're working for. This one, I think Roscoe explained it earlier. We can go, this would be a councilmatic vote. You could do $20 per tab. And then I think, do you remember the number, Roscoe, on rough number? I asked the Department of Licensing on how many vehicles we have. They have not got me the information yet. I think it's gonna be a couple more weeks before they can get that to me. Last one we did was in 2021 and 11,000 sticks in my head for some reason. So 11,000 vehicles, at $20 a tab. That kind of gives you a rough estimate, of the revenue you could generate, and then 2 years after that, you could go up another $20. Again, councilmatic vote, this is not a vote to the people. There is some lag time on this one. After council votes, it doesn't become effective for 6 months. And then even at that point, it's not like you get all the money at once. You kind of slowly start seeing it roll in as people, renew their license tabs. So this one is a little bit more delayed even. So we're looking at, like, this one probably would not even touch 26. At the earliest, this one, if we were acting on it now, would become effective and probably see revenue source in 27. This one also comes with more, on my side, on the finance side. To establish a TBD, it's basically like it has to have its own set of books, and then there's a transfer to the city. And there would be reporting, from my end, on the TBD as well as on the city. So I would be creating a separate financial report for a TBD.
Questions, comments on that one?
So that would be a help, but it hardly scratches the deferred cost.
So right now you've got about 325,000 a year. And one of the options, we're not gonna get, I mean, if money wasn't an object and it was just flowing in, if we had $25 million over the next 6 years, we would get caught up. But we're not gonna get there, so.
Not at 400.
Not at 325, no, I'm saying you need 25 million.
Yeah.
To where the streets are, but what's gonna be talked about is lowering the standards of our roads. Can't maintain them where they're at. And so there'll be more discussion on that, but the transportation benefit district, the alternative that I'm looking at, if I can get to the $1 million a year level, I think it's something that's kind of manageable. And when we looked at the transportation benefit district, how much it could generate if it was all gonna go to pavement preservation. I think the $20, and then 2 years after that going to 40, and then there was also 0.1% on the sales tax. I want to say generated enough to get us to the $1 million,
It was pretty close.
to the $1 million level.
At the $40, which is several years out, so would be, more than 440,000, because I assume we have more than 11,000 vehicles. But I'm going with 11,000, conservative number. So it would be 440,000, and then the other part he's talking about is the REAP, 2 money, so for pavement preservation, no?
Yeah, so the 325 we currently
That's the
get, plus
325.
the tabs, plus the retail sales tax increase, get you to $1 million.
It comes pretty
But-
close to $1 million.
That's pavement preservation. It doesn't help the street fund, basically. So the real, we've got a different option for possibly the pavement preservation. The real thing is the general fund having to transfer money into basic operations of streets. And so that's why we want to push the legislation to make it clear, if we do a transportation benefit district, that $1 million a year is into the basic street maintenance. So that $1 million a year can stay in the general fund for some of these.
Because we're transferring right now, like, I don't know, 700,000, 750,000,
The next biennium will be $1 million a year.
to the street fund to support it. And what that covers, I think we talked a little bit about it earlier, is that covers, it's gonna cover the cost of street lights. Right now, we don't pay anything, to pay for the electricity for our street lights, but that's coming on board in 27. It pays for your street maintenance people. It pays for snow plowing. It pays for the capital equipment to do snow plowing. And, I think there's striping and some of that stuff. So that, and that's what the general fund is supporting right now. So if we could find something that supports that, where we're not funneling money from the general fund to that. So this would be restricted for streets, but maybe we could offset what we transfer.
You get a different. So again, we can fund the general, get rid of the general fund, transfer to the street fund. That helps the general fund. The pavement preservation, we've got some other ideas with the existing revenue streams. Won't get to the million, but it'll get a little over 650,000 a year. And again, we'll just have to get creative on level of service standards between arterials, collectors, and residential streets. And have to look at other techniques. May not get a mill fill. You may get slurry seal up your residential street, or you may just get crack seal. Those type of things. Those are the hard discussions we'll have to.
Or you stop requiring sidewalks on both sides of the road on the new development, do a different design.
That doesn't need any of the cost. We're not even getting to the cost.
It's the future cost something.
No, that's the property owner's responsibility. For
Yeah, but
their
somebody has to maintain that 20 years out.
property. That's the
Property
property
owners,
owner's
like curb gutter
responsibility.
sidewalks, property owners.
Oh, is that right?
The sidewalks, the property.
Okay.
That doesn't even factor in, other than at the intersection, ADA stuff. The handicap ramps, and usually that's just gonna keep changing the standard.
Yeah. Savings, there's not a lot of savings in going from a 36 to a 32-foot wide road or whatever, right? That's,
I mean, we've looked at it, paved roadway, yes.
yeah,
So if we had narrower roads, altogether narrower lanes, that would be a cost savings because we're spending less
yeah.
down the road.
I have to ask exactly what you're, but, you know, in some neighborhoods perhaps.
So the other thing that we've done, because we don't have pavement preservation, is we've changed the design standards for all the new stuff. We did that years
Yeah.
ago. So instead of 2 inches of asphalt over 6 inches of rock, we're now 3 inches of asphalt, 10 inches of rock. So those roads, new roads are getting built, will last longer because we don't have the money coming in to replace them. So we've already done some of that stuff to try to,
Front load.
but yeah,
They all fall apart at the same time.
Well, not the ones that are built better.
yeah.
Oh, but they will all fall apart.
Yeah, well, the problem is,
They just go longer.
Just go longer.
yeah, the problem is a lot of them were built at the same time, so they're all gonna need
Yeah.
maintenance at the same time. And some of the older ones, pre-2000, and I'd say in the 80s and 90s, weren't built to any kind of standard, because there was no staff here that was watching what they were doing. So we've got that to deal with now too.
So this option, if you. I don't know how you got it from 220. I know how you got it to 440, right? Because that's after a few years, you can ask for another $20.
Right.
How do you get it up to $1 million?
Oh, it was carrying it with another funding source.
So
No,
you've already get the
Oh.
real estate excise tax is 325,000.
Oh, you're adding that in. Okay.
So that's part of, we already had that. So
Yeah, you already had that. So that's not an increase.
No, so that's what it is. To increase it is the car tax stair stepping up to $40.
Yeah.
And a 0.1% sales tax
Another
increase.
0.1%.
That
Okay,
gets you to $1 million.
okay, so that's actually only a 675,000 increase, right? Because we already got 3.1. Okay. So,
But that's not the preference to do a transportation benefit district for pavement preservation.
okay,
The idea is hopefully to be able to use a transportation benefit district to balance the street fund, the 101 fund. So that we don't have a transfer out of the general fund.
right. So if you take that savings out of the general fund, then that's,
$1 million a year.
yeah. Oh, okay, so 4 to 6, that would fund 4 to 6 staff members.
Good, possible.
possibly, or parks deferred maintenance.
I just want to make sure that we keep these things connected. Like, you don't have,
That's exactly what we're looking at, John.
and you don't have to do both. You could do one.
Or if you do partial here and part of this.
Yeah.
There's a lot of stuff that we could do in
Alright.
combination, but transportation benefit district is one option, and it's one that doesn't take a vote of the people.
Okay.
Council can do that. Not popular, but. Fred said earlier, you're gonna have tough choices to make on cuts, level service. Or if you wanna maintain level service, then There's some,
Well, I,
some of the things you could do.
the concept of, you know, tabs versus property tax versus sales tax. Versus fighting it out amongst those is probably appealing because it doesn't hit any one demographic super hard.
Yeah, cities that have a lot of businesses, cities that have a lot of businesses, but not a lot of population, have chosen the sales tax because their residents don't get to pay it. Everybody comes to their town to shop, they pay for it. Whereas car tabs, you know, that's your residents that are putting the bill on that.
Anything else in that one? Discussion, comments, okay.
So another option is, utility taxes. I think it's water and sewer that are unyours that have no cap. Is that correct? So maximum tax rate may not exceed 6% for electric, gas, steam, and telephone unless approved by the voters. So those ones are restricted, but our own internal water sewer, are not. Currently, Roscoe, I get them mixed up, you wrote the rates down. It's 12.5 for water,
It's 13.5 for both ones.
13.5, 12.5 goes to, the general fund and 1% goes to the street fund. So that is an option that again is a councilmatic vote. And 1% gets you, close to 100,000 a year. Just under.
Aaron,
Yeah,
I'm sorry. Are we at the 6% rate for electric, gas?
Yes,
so forth now?
we are. Mhm.
Garbage is 8.5 and stormwater is 6.
So the 1% on sewer water gets you 100,000 a year?
Yep, it gets you about 100,000 a year. Probably just shy.
So I would ask council to please look at your utility rates compared to other cities. Because it is high because there's no retail sales tax. And one of the things I hear about is how expensive our water and sewer is, but you don't get it as a council member because on your utility bill, the taxes are not shown.
Right.
And they take it off the top, so, it's not, if you have $100 water bill, they take $13.50 off of that. Well, that's not 13.5%, it's more like the effective rate of 16,
Yeah.
17%. Because they do it on the gross.
It's on the ground.
And I call it taxing the tax, you know, and the state gets their cut. So your rates here at the city are already extremely high. And my pet peeve with it is, every bill I get has all the taxes broken. Look at your cell phone bill, it's like 2.5 pages.
Yeah.
But we don't do it, because you know why? All elected officials would be unelected if they saw. And so I'm gonna give you a rundown of what somebody's bill is, because it kind of,
I was gonna say, we could just add 10% to the water
Well,
sewer and then we just blame it on.
there's been legislation
He gives the
to,
blame anyway.
There has been legislation.
Sorry.
to limit, no, I know, it's all. But there's been legislation to try to limit this, because while we're 13.5, there's towns that 20, 25, because they don't have the other revenue sources to do it, and that's their only choice. And so they've done that. But when you do this, I think you're taxing a basic service, and the lower income people are taking a bigger brunt of the tax burden. And I went through and just looked at, and I tried to get an average house, a median house. I couldn't, it's hard. The one I grabbed was assessed at $462,850. So I was trying for 400,000, but it changed too quickly. So
That's my house.
may have been Jacqueline.
It was.
One of the employees was easier to grab. So
6 doors down for me.
this year in property taxes, they will pay $623 in 2024 in property tax based on our current mill rate. When you look at the internal taxes they pay, but they don't see, on their water bill, and I just took the base and I took the average person's use citywide. So it's kind of skewed because if you don't have irrigation water, you're gonna be higher. If you have irrigation, you'll be lower. But the average resident in internal tax on your water bill is $157.21 a year. Your sewer, we just on residential only charge them, it's $53.15 a month. The 13.5% is $86.10 a year that you're paying internal tax for the city on your sewer bill that you don't see. Garbage is another $36.75. That one I assumed they had the extra can. You know, some people have 4 extra cans, some have 1, some have none. I just took 1 can. Stormwater generates about $6.84. That's not a big utility. But when you look at it, that same house that's paying $623 in property tax a year is now paying $287 a year in internal taxes on their water and sewer service.
So you're saying the 623 plus the
287 a year. Yeah, because we don't have retail sales tax, that's how you're paying for basic services in the general fund. Goes through internal utility taxes. So it's an easy one, out of sight, out of mind. Because Roscoe will get the call when their water bill is already higher than everybody else's in the Tri-Cities. It goes up another $5 to cover. So my ask and my grandstand with this is if council elects to use that to balance the general fund, then we change our utility billing to show exactly what people are paying and be transparent about it. But 20 years of that hasn't worked out very well. That, you know,
I hear it every day in my office.
yeah. So that I don't get the calls, each one of you, but I can tell you, if people found out they were paying $287 in taxes, they may be a little bit upset. I mean, you look at your electric utility bill, it's $200.
Yeah, but our water tastes better than everybody else's.
We got Dasani.
Thank you, John. Appreciate that. But, so it's a lot. So when we start going into people's property taxes or going into utility tax, the one thing that bugs me with the utility tax is when this is a basic service. So somebody that doesn't pay as much property tax or lower income, they're gonna end up paying more in taxes than somebody that's got more affluent.
Mayor Porter,
And I just want to appreciate you making that point, Roxanne. That was one I was going to make. Utility tax is a regressive tax. In my mind, just personal observation, not something that I think is in the best interest of serving us.
But it's part of the formula. It need to be part of one of the options, piece of it. Say be transparent with it.
Yeah, we do be transparent.
So the fourth option I have here, and there's not much of a blurb in this book about it, but it's a Metropolitan Park District. So this would be funding for your parks. That's the only thing it would fund. This is a junior taxing district. So again, similar to a TBD, it will have its own set of books in the finance. It will have its own levy with the county, and I think it can go, is it 50 cents? Is the max on this, or is it 75? I thought it was 50. Okay, 75 cents per thousand is the maximum you can go, and then with this, I believe it reduces, because it's a junior taxing district, it reduces our overall levy capacity for the general levy rate as well. But this would be a way to fund parks, and that would be what this could be used for. Again, timing on this is a little bit longer, forming the districts, and I can't remember the stuff off the top of my head now. It's a lot of work.
It's a lot of work to put it together. It's a separate budget, separate deal. Council would serve as the board. It is very restrictive to parks, property tax. The city did look at this. When was Donna Mayor?
2012.
I want to say it's probably been more than 10 years ago. Looked at it, and back then it was taking the general fund money that was going to parks to other general fund needs, and then setting up this Metropolitan Park District to fully fund parks maintenance and new parks and all that. And rather than as a way to just increase the funding, keep what you're paying in general fund and increasing it, that's the level of service that people wanted. But the more they dug into it to get people to vote for that, they were adding more. They were trying to look at what can you add to make people vote for it. So splash park and all that stuff, well, that increased the maintenance costs and other things. So kind of was a,
But it didn't even come to council. No.
But anyway, those are kind of my 4 options that I'm putting out here. We talked about, obviously, I think the first 2 are better options for the city to delve into and spend time on. I think the mayor agreed. We will be bringing it to you, like this will be more discussion, because something has to be done. And then I think that the follow-up discussion is if something is not done, what's gonna happen in each department? And I think that we were gonna discuss, in the meantime, like, what are you looking at as far as services?
Level of service.
yeah. So what does it mean? Because a lot of these things had delays. Like, even if we wanted to, there's no way to get these enacted for 2025. You know, basically comes down to is we've already adopted a basic level of service of parks. You know, we already went through that and we're not giving the bodies, we're not giving the money. So obviously, I'm just gonna throw it out there, it's not on the top of my list, but we're gonna talk about closing parks. Flat out. And that's not gonna be popular. We're gonna look at removing grass. Put rock in, open space. And once you do that, you know, it's gonna be hard to get that back. That's to say, reduce mowing costs, reduce water costs. Here's another popular, we're gonna cut community events. And see, this is where the public comes in and says, well, you're not cutting the fat, you're just cutting the stuff that you know people like. Well, holding community events isn't a basic service. It's part of what makes West Richland West Richland. But that's not a basic service. We're gonna see more deferred maintenance backlog. And I'm gonna continue to see new parks, new developers build new parks. That's just gonna get worse. My motto is, why are we building new parks? We can't maintain what we got. But you go change that standard, let all this development come in with no parks, you're never gonna have parks. And that's what makes West Richland is our trails and park system. We may have to cut staff. 10 or 25 years, I can't imagine that's even on the table, because we're not even fully staffed. You start cutting staff, things are gonna get ugly, and people are definitely gonna see a level of service cuts. And like I said, in the park plan that everyone was adopted and all the public made comments on, was actually moving forward to a park and rec department, where we actually have a rec, rather than just mowing lawns. You know, that was a 2027. You know, so we're supposed to be looking at a needs analysis of facility, getting a director and an admin person to take those duties off Eric and my plate. Because right now, it's after hours to put stuff together for the park board. You know, the thing about wanting kids to be able to fish up the park lakes, I had a few meetings, haven't had time to do anything more with it. So that's parks, not a popular deal. Streets, and this is, I'm not gonna focus on the pavement preservation, I'm just gonna say basic streets. We're talking about not basic stuff, I get 2 bodies. So we're looking at not funding a lot of this stuff. What things can I cut? You know, we're not gonna be picking up litter. We're not gonna be contracting out to spray the side of the road for weeds. We're not gonna be able to stripe the streets annually. So what is that gonna look like when our streets aren't? I mean, we already don't use thermoplastics. We already use basic paint. So they rub off in a year if you don't restripe it. That's crosswalks not getting painted. I think you're gonna see more potholes, more delays getting potholes fixed. Our level of service of snow plowing, that's probably the biggest savings. You know, we've got great streets. They do an excellent job when we have snow or ice events. But there's a big cost with plowing snow, the salt and sand, liquid de-icer that all goes down. That may save in the street fund But I just made Jared, Commander here have a ton of calls, there are gonna be a ton of accidents you can respond to. Is there liability? I don't know, Stephanie, you'll have to deal with WCI with it, some of the scary stuff, you heard Brad talk about technology, computers, software, that stuff has a shelf life of 4 years, 5 years, maybe if we stretch it out. I get the same thing in these signals, used to not be a problem for West Ridgeline. We didn't have any signals, but now we have signals, and they got outdated technology in. So, there's some upgrades that are needing to be done on the technology in that if you don't replace those guys, guess who gets the call when the lights don't fix, work? It's an officer standing there directing traffic in the middle of an intersection, now we're up to several. Aaron already talked about, when we did the LED retrofit for our streetlights, FNRA gave us a $30,000 a year credit on making that program work. It expires in 2027, so we're not talking big things, but 30,000 here, 65,000, it just adds up, and that's how we get out of whack. For the last 25 years, I've enjoyed purchasing used equipment from DOT. I can get a $20,000 dump truck from DOT with a snowplow on it, put 20,000 into it, and it'll plow snow for the 2 weeks I need it to a year. Great deal. Okay, what does our state highways look like? There's poles and bridges. There's not stuff, so they're not maintaining their equipment, and so we don't want to buy that anymore. So a new dump truck is $400,000, or I'm going to be looking for used. But the scary thing is people aren't maintaining their stuff anymore. So that's going to be a problem because we've got old dump trucks. Like I said, when they used to be able to get them for 20,000, that option's going to go away.
This one is been a bit of a booger.
Yeah, I probably put $26,000 in it just this year. But again, 26,000, so we can plow for 2 weeks or 400,000 for a new one, but that option's going away. And when they get so old, can't get parts. We had to get rid of a dump truck because you couldn't get parts. It was kind of an important one, it was brakes, you couldn't get brakes. So again, the big thing is that liquid deicer. It's a couple bucks a gallon, put that out, and we're putting out 1,000 gallons every storm event. Salt, we used to have to get it out of Nevada truck in here. We found a closer thing to save some of those costs, but it's still expensive. And again, it deals with the level of service. And I only got 2 street guys, but it's getting to the point where maybe we only have 1. We're not gonna be able to do this stuff. So like I said, we've never had that discussion in 25 years because it's not like we've been overstaffed. Not a good thing. Pavement preservation, real brief. What does it mean if we don't fix that? It means you're gonna have more roads in the good category going to the fair category, more than in the fair, will go down to poor. And poor then goes to very poor. I call very poor, which is failed. And once a street's failed, I'm not fixing it. It's already failed. We're focused on keeping fair streets from getting that. So when your street's got potholes on it, it's probably gonna stay potholes, which again goes in Stephanie's corner. When we get claims. The goal is to maintain what you got. It's already failed, it's failed. So it's kind of a doom and gloom. We've always seemed to be able to balance, come up with what we need, but we've done it for so many years. You can see what that deferred maintenance, backed up to. So hopefully the legislation or whatever changes gives us flexibility with the Transportation Benefit District. Council can look at that. That fixes street maintenance. And it's very easy to tell the public what you're getting with your car tabs. And then that frees up money for general fund for the backbone things. And like I said, I've got another idea for pavement preservation to get us closer. But again, it'll be lowering the level of service our expectations for our residents on certain streets.
Any questions?
Yeah, so I'll comment that, if we did a transportation benefit district, one of the things that I think helps communicate where those funds are being expended is when you do a project like an overlay, you spend the $500 on a sign that says, this project funded by.
Yeah, it would be
district. Yeah, this is where $1 million of your dollars are going. I see that in big cities all the time.
Well, it's usually because the grant agency from the state or the feds want that, not the local, but again, we're looking at transportation benefit, it's not paying for pavement preservation
Okay, in that case,
or a capital project.
unless legislation changes.
The legislation would let it be just for basic street maintenance. So I wouldn't put a sign out that says these
This
lines,
pothole.
we just stripe the city.
This pothole fix.
Thanks to John Smart, $500 will fix this pothole.
Mayor, got the most cars.
Yeah, so, but yeah, it'll be hard to, but if we do the transportation benefit district and it allows us to base it, we want to tell them, you know, it costs $65,000 a year to stripe what we just saw.
Yeah.
Around town.
Right.
And that's every year. We spend $35,000 spraying the weed. We spend a couple $100,000 snow plowing and maintaining during winter.
The guys are out during the entire blizzard all night long, keeping the streets clear. Well, we wait until the snow stops and the daylight comes out and we go out push snow one time instead of pushing snow all night long.
Won't be popular.
We'll be right up at the same level of service as Kennewick Commercial.
And Jared, do you want to add
Yeah.
anything about that?
And that'll slow us down too, responding to calls. Trying to get to those collisions at the intersections.
Chain them up, Dave.
That we don't have manpower to cover. Yeah, we've already pulled one off of patrol with our own detectives to help that out. We've cut back on overtime, bringing people in for, some of the smaller special events. Like, things at the schools or at the mosques or the churches, things like that. We're just trying to use patrol to do that, so if we get even more shorthanded than that, then those types of events are probably gonna, pull off patrol even more. We've got, let's see, the races, right? We always send a couple people out to the races, to help out with that. We've got the special complaints that we always go to, like the traffic speeding complaints on Collins, the stop sign on Collins, the stop sign at the Belmont and Paradise. Eventually that's just gonna be, sorry, you know, we can get to it, we will. If not, we're not gonna provide any extra bodies. Then we'll have response to the call that we'll have to be going to. Special events like National Night Out, all that stuff, she's very big on maintaining all that stuff, so, we'll probably maintain all the special events for the community events, things like that, as we can, but, without that extra help, especially in detectives, things would go south for us.
Jared, do you want to chime in?
Of course. So, with the funding deficit that we've got, and if it perpetuates the level of service, for me, I've got the state mandates that I have to process a permit in a certain timeline. So that's what I'd be focusing on, is just meeting the state mandate requirements. So anything extra above and beyond that I work on with the chamber, with TRIDEC, with economic development in our community, I would have to put that on the back burner, which truly costs us in the end. Because then I'm not reaching out to people for, a new facility that we really want to have come into our community. I'm not able to, update our code to address any of your guys' concerns about fireworks or roosters. I'm kidding on that one, but I mean, you know, and then when someone does come to the counter and have a really good idea saying, hey, I really want to bring this type of business in your town, but I see that it doesn't, you know, work with your code. Instead of taking it to the CD subcommittee to even get their feet on it, I just say, sorry, I don't have time to deal with it. Go to another committee. And I really don't want to be in that position, because that really then closes the door on that future potential income that we could be getting. Because I'm trying to just focus on meeting the state mandates that we have on my desk. And that puts us in a really bad place I don't want to be in, because I still think we need to have conversations about fireworks and as painful as it was, I think the cannabis discussion was really beneficial. They got people out, it would help them be participants in understanding what we're doing in our community. And saw that there is potentially put a little eye hole for them to see that we have a little bit of a budget problem. And we're trying to find solutions to fix it. So I think that having those things out there are important and critical to keep moving forward. But it would put me in a position where I have to take a step back from that, which then harms us in the long run with all of that potential opportunity that's out there. And customer service that we provide.
Yeah, I think to echo what Eric said, it's so much of what I do is regulated and mandated with deadlines and just, I mean, I've already experienced it. My ability to respond to records requests is, I mean, it's significantly delayed this year as opposed to last year. And part of that's due to the number that I've been receiving, but it also, it's just other duties. You know, every time we have extra council meetings, so like today, you know, that's an extra meeting to process agenda for, but also meeting minutes for, posting notices. It's just, I think delays and reduced customer service for not only our citizens, but internally for, you know, the other employees that are, you know, they seek my help quite a bit for various things. And, I mean, that's one of the things I pride myself on is being helpful and providing assistance, but it really just, the weekend is before my to-do list. So, and it just seems like that list keeps getting longer. So I think citizens are gonna see that ability to access the records, but also just publication of things. And with that comes some risk. And I think that that's, you know, I'm sure Brad will say it, but it's what keeps me up at night is, did I forget something because I wasn't able to get everything done that I wanted to get done? So I think that that's, I mean, it's that reduced level of service that you'll see, you know, reminding.
As we already talked about earlier, if we don't take care of it on the front end, our liability goes up on the back end. But I also want to show that we got to get to a place where we can give employees a light at the end of the tunnel. Because otherwise what's going to happen is they're going to flee. And I'm really proud of what we've done with our employee turnover in the last budget cycle. If you look at the top of this page, you can see in the last budget, we had between 12 and almost 17% turnover. Then we implemented better pay, the flexible schedule, PERS based on, accrual based on PERS. We did a whole bunch of stuff for employees and it dropped significantly. This year it's about 7%. I imagine that will increase because we're not fully through the year yet, but that's a huge, decrease in employee turnover. That's an enormous cost savings. It's intangible, but it's there. If employees start leaving, that's going to jump up again. And we've got a great crew right now. They know their job, they work hard at their job, they're very efficient at their job, and seeing turnover, we're going to see a lot of inefficiencies. And where would people go? Well, last Tuesday, I just took six employers, Kenwood, Richland, Pasco, and then 3 of the employers out of the Hanford area, and just looked at their job openings. These aren't all their job openings, usually just job openings are people qualified. I think Energy Northwest had 33 openings in Richland at their Richland location. So this is not a completely comprehensive list of openings, but you can see their pay rates. Their pay rates are phenomenal. And just so that you know, because as you look at the data here, the ones that have West Richland next to it, those are the ones where the actual job is a comparable job. Not that just that our people could go apply and qualify, but that job is a comp. And so I wanted you to see our pay rates. You can see that, we're pretty close in a lot of these areas. We worked really hard to get there. But our employees aren't going to have a hard time finding employment elsewhere. And we really want to maintain these people because they care. I don't think you can place something on an employee that cares. It becomes very expensive when they don't.
We just got a new employee with over 20 years experience in the engineering field because of the flex schedule, because of how she can go home, let her dog out and have lunch and come back to work. And that's big when you've got this type of a flex schedule that still covers everybody's department. I mean, that's how we designed it, is make sure there wasn't any holes. But, that's a benefit that didn't cost us any dollars.
It took 1 year to find that employee.
18 months.
Thank you.
Don't sugarcoat. Long 18 months.
Time, that's what it's taking to hire a good employee today. We don't have the resources to hire the employees, unfortunately. It takes so long and they're looking for such detailed things. I mean, she needed the pay, she needed the benefits, but what tipped her was the flex schedule.
And just because an individual has a pulse doesn't mean we're gonna hire them. You do the same thing in your department. We go through an awful lot of interviews, potential employees. And no, it's not gonna fit. Because we're not only fitting the employee to the job description, we're fitting that personality to the team.
The culture.
And that's very important.
So I'll just wrap up here. From a finance perspective, you're gonna get lower level of compliance. Very similar to Stephanie, mistakes are gonna start happening. You know, I have myself, I do work extra. I have my accounting manager, and even she, and we talk about quality of employees. We just had a conversation last night. She said, you know, she feels guilty being at home because there's just so much work to do. Which should not be, it should not be happening that way. So I think you'll see a lower level of compliance that opens us up for audit findings and, our federal funding at risk. So I think, yeah,
I would say one of the big things, Eric did touch on, that, you know, people say, oh, comp plan, it's just a planning thing, it's got a lot of pretty pictures and stuff. But if you don't comply with those comp plan updates that come from the state, all of a sudden they check a box. And in my world, if that box isn't checked, I'm not eligible for public works trust fund. I can't get TID grants anymore. So Eric's gonna, so all this stuff is intertied, and usually the string to all these unfunded mandates is the grant side of or state funding, they make you ineligible for. So they got you with money. So at one point, somebody said, well, what happens if you don't do it? You get a nasty letter and they tell you you're ineligible. It's just further compounds a lot of this stuff.
And then you're really gonna, you know, now you don't have the money. Because now you're really behind.
Yeah, and in a lot of the stuff too, is Aaron talks about mistakes. These are found during audits a year after you spend the money. If it was federal money, they want it back. You didn't dot a line. You already spent it, you don't got it to pay it back. So it's critical that it's right the first time. But you saw, look at the pictures. I mean, in that packet, 2 bulletin boards for Michelle and Elka. That's scary. A lot of projects and programs and grants and agreements that they're managing on a day-to-day basis that we've been, Brad says, with IT security, been lucky. We've been lucky on the finance side too.
You know, so we've been frugal for years and years. And cut and done everything that we can do. The economy and the growth is our biggest impact. We're booming. And right now, growth's not paying for growth. We need that commercial, we need car sales, we need the motorhome sales, we need the big box store, but we're not quite there yet. But we've got to continue to grow to get to that point. And it'll come, but it's gonna come with a cost, and it's gonna be a cost of, council having to make some difficult decisions, some of these topics that we've got right here, right now. So with that, I'll let Mayor Pro Tem, break close. And then, any other question, comment?
I have very brief ones, just
Go ahead.
quickly, I mean, so one idea, we don't need to hash it out now, but it's been discussed before on, as far as park maintenance goes. Instead of closing a park, yeah, you could turn it into a community garden. You could, organize, you know, volunteers to cut the grass and clean the swing sets and so forth. I know it costs management time. But let me, but my point is that this community is filled with a bunch of retired project managers who could certainly build a nuclear plant, who could certainly clean the park. So I think maybe we should rethink the options there. that park in Walla Walla that has the bird aviaries and so forth is sponsored by some group, I don't know who it is. They come in and clean the ponds, they clean the bird cages, they feed the birds, they do all of this stuff. Look, that's a major operation. We're just talking about a park with grass and swing set, maybe a baseball field. I mean, I think it could be done. It's something to think about. And it might be an expense right up front to get that organized, but that could pay long-term benefits if you could get an organization or a business or a group of people to take responsibility, or a neighborhood, especially these new neighborhoods, if they could develop some sort of HOA or something where they have a park guide crew, or whatever you want to call it, right? I mean, I think that's a possibility. The other thing is regulations. I mean, we're talking about, regulating architectural aspects of new business buildings, things like that. I want to take the opportunity to point out that costs us money. It costs us an opportunity cost. It raises the bar. It may make a community we all love to want to live in, but it also is expensive, and it's expensive to regulate that perpetually over the course of years. Every business that comes in, that's another batch of reviews, it's another batch of inspections, it's another cost. And so I think we need to keep that in mind. We're sitting here talking about saving $30,000 or $60,000 and how that eats up our budget. That's exactly how that happens. We make a rule, we make a regulation, and I think that we need to understand we pay for those day by day, forever, because they never go away once you put them in place. And then I wanted to mention that, so I looked at the inflation numbers in Washington State. So last year in the Seattle area was 5.8%. And that's down from 9% the year before. And so you're asking for $2 million. I say we need $2 million to get the staffing, that would be great. If you push it up to 7%, maybe, I'm not sure, I don't remember what the general budget is, but say it's 10 million, that'd be $700,000. So we're asking for something beyond last year's inflation rate, but like the mayor said, we've been frugal for a long time, and it's starting to hurt. So, 5.8%, maybe $580,000, 7% would be $700,000. We're asking for what, something on the order of 15 or 20%, right? So I would just point that out, that is a big ask in one budget year, one budget cycle. So I did like the discussion about, like Councilmember Bloom mentioned, maybe easing into this, but it's just that's my problem. I just want to mention those things.
Couple of comments in rebuttal to your comments. When you talk about design standards and the cost of design standards, if we don't have the design standards, it takes us to the level of an expertise or a quality looking facility in a commercial aspect of it. You're not going to have commercial people come develop in your community because you've got something that is not of standard. So if you want to touch base in regards to that'd be fine. And as far as what you need to understand or find out from all of these, say Walla Walla and all of the different volunteer programs, so on and so forth, find out from their staff just exactly what kind of overhead it takes from the staff to do that kind of stuff.
Right.
Because it is a cost. There's a liability when you have people doing volunteer work in your parks and somebody cuts their foot off. Now we're going to court, we're gonna get sued, it's gonna cost us a bunch of money. Different things of that nature. And then another thing too, back in the old days when you got all of these parks that we've got, 17 of them? All of these parks, we ended up with remnants that the developers didn't want to develop because they were junk, and we got them, and so now that's our park. Okay, if you take a look at what we have for potential small park, close them, cut them up, sell them. You draw a circle around that park, and you've got other parks that are right in the vicinity. We've got properties that haven't been developed into a park. With the Watermark, we got a big 5-acre park. There's properties right there. Cut them up, sell them. So there's a potential revenue stream for something that costs us money, and take the tough decision. Okay, is this a viable park when we've got others in the vicinity that can generate us funds? I mean, these are things to talk about too.
It is.
You know, and so those are something that council needs to, you know, take a good hard look at. While you make good suggestions, it sounds good on the front end, but what is it gonna cost us on the back end to get to that point?
I'm suggesting the study, not the conclusion.
And you've already heard how many people we don't have to do the job
Sorry that
today.
that's the case.
But
I don't know how else I do it.
I'd have you go back and look at the park study that we just did with the gap analysis. It's in there. It talks about volunteers. And it's part of the thing. But what I would say is we have nobody to manage that. And what's happening is one of my maintenance guys is coming in on his own time to manage that. And our volunteers, while they're great, when they put in their 3 hours and they think they've done their community duty, they leave, whether it's done or not. And we get to clean up the mess.
Brad?
Yeah, I just wanted to throw in 2 more cents on that is, John, you kind of mentioned the $2 million number to hire the people to get us up to the staffing that we need. I think that's an important number to keep an eye on, but I think Aaron mentioned earlier in the meeting, was it like 14 million of all the asks from the departments for all the things that we needed on top of the people? What was that number?
Yeah.
It was all cut right off the top.
It would have been here. I think I was at 11.2 plus a
11.2.
couple from the street fund.
And that included the 2-ish for the employees
Yeah.
we're all asking for.
Mhm.
So what is that, another 9, we'll call it $9 million of ask for projects. And I know Eric has a list of projects and things have been delayed and deferred as long as possible. I know I'm gonna have equipment and stuff that I'm gonna need in my department that needs to be replaced. Everybody in here has things that they've asked for. It's not because they want, their needs, right? And those have all been cut off the top. Plus, we're struggling from a staffing perspective. So I think that's just something else to keep an eye on. Yes, we've asked for another 9 million of other things that we need to do on top of the staff.
So when I have my one-on-ones with all the senior staffers, they come in with me with their where they're at, their to-do list, what they've got going on, their projects, and then they flip the page over. What's not getting done? What's on the back burner? What can't we do? And this is why we can't do it, because I don't have bodies. And alls we're asking for just to be able to keep the doors open, you know, is a body. Do we start shutting down half days? Do we start reducing hours? We don't, what I'm opposed to and will not do is take any quality employment away from our employees. Wages, benefits, not happen, because we work too hard to get the quality people we have got. And I'm sure Mayor Pro Tem Brink will feel the same way, that, you're only as good as people you have working for you. Sure.
And I'll just take a minute. I want to thank, first of all, our senior management of the city that's here. Because I've had the opportunity to sit into a half dozen budget discussions over the last couple of months. And I have been not just impressed, but truly overwhelmed by the dedication and the focus that I've seen our managers in this room give to not just identifying the problem, but trying to come up with solutions to the problem that we, as council, can try to take under advisement to address. So I just want to make that public, that I thank all of you for the time that you put into this effort. And I also tried to give some advice as to what I thought would be most important to all of you. How do we get this dialogue going so that we can make the difficult choices in the months ahead? Today's just the beginning. There'll be a lot more work for us to do along with city staff. But I'm just glad that we had the opportunity to start this discussion because, as I said in the beginning, that's some challenging times. We do. If we're going to maintain the city that our citizens have come to grow and love. I don't want to make cuts. I prefer not to make cuts. Some cuts could be actually very dangerous to the safety of our residents, not just from a criminal standpoint, from a liability standpoint, from a whole host of perspectives. So I would hope that we can work together in the next several months just to come up with a strategy that's going to work together for everyone in the city. That's all I have.
Thank you. So, if there's anything that anybody might have, ideas, thoughts, things that come up, email, Aaron, Stephanie, questions. This format is something that I think we all, as senior staff, got really excited about when we first started talking about. How do you start presenting budget stuff? I mean, you've sat at the dais before and you've listened to the presentations and you've seen all the asks and the wishes, but you've never had an opportunity to sit down and listen to what the senior staff deals with on a day-to-day basis and have the open dialogue back and forth. I think it's very healthy. I think it's very beneficial for us to, I think it was educational for John in a lot of aspects, not really
And the
understanding.
first to admit,
Not
learned a lot. I always try to learn a lot.
Yeah, like you learn most of it at National Night Out, that this was an important, this was
Yeah,
an important.
the
discussion.
trivia sheet was amazing.
Yeah.
Kudos to the folks. that-
And so, I appreciate everybody taking the time out of their day to do this meeting. We've got a lot of things to balance and work and balance, no pun intended, to work on to get to that point. So your input is valuable and the decisions that you're gonna have to make are gonna be difficult. But, it's a necessity to keep the, level of service in the long run. It's not gonna happen tomorrow, but we just need to get over that hump.
Can we get a special link of this recording sent to our email boxes so that we can share it with citizens
It'll
who
be on YouTube as well.
fine?
Yeah.
Just give me the link. Sorry, I just,
westrichland.org,
that's it.
click on YouTube.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I think from the email we received this morning, it's gonna be something folks will be asking for.
And, when we first started talking about this particular type of format, how could we facilitate this format that would be beneficial? So, we did find a few dollars to find an owl. Brad and Stephanie worked on making this all be able to happen. I think it's something that we can use in the future. So, regardless of what time of day it is, whether people wanna come to an evening meeting or a day meeting, they can always go to our website and watch the whole thing. Or you can go back yourself and review and make notes.
A dollar well spent.
Oh, absolutely. All right, thank you very much. Our meeting is adjourned at 2:21.